দেখো তো এটা হলো নাকি জুমে, এটা 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 দাও কানেক্ট হলো নাকি জুমে, জুমে দেখো তো এটা কানেক্ট হলো নাকি এই ল্যাপটপটা। আসেনি, দেখো তো তাহলে। এই কানেক্ট হয়েছে মনে হচ্ছে, দেখো তো ঠিকঠাক হলো নাকি, দেখো তো ঠিকঠাক করলাম নাকি। হয়েছে তো মনে হচ্ছে।
भाई क्या जूम कर रहा है पे
Krishna Kesha Prabhu, are you there?
আছে কৃষ্ণ কেশব কৃষ্ণ কেশব দেখো তো ধন্যবাদ প্রভু can you start we'll start your presentation.
No, did you see my message?
Yeah, but I'm asking that now we are ready, so we want to start from you.
Sri Maharaj has said that it's too late for me.
But I'm asking you if it is possible. Okay. All right.
একটু পিপিটিটা একটু
আচ্ছা ঠিক আছে Right.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome. The first session for today will be chaired by Shri Bhakti Nishkam Shanta, Ph.D., Secretary for Shri Chaitanya Saraswat Institute. I request him to please come on stage and invite him to introduce the speakers.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
Sorry.
Good morning, everybody. We are sorry for little delay. It's a big delay because of power outage here. There's some unexpected accident, a major accident happened in this area. There is some power supply problem is there. So in this session, because now it is very late, Krishnanagar Das is not speaking. It's quite late in USA. So because Dr. Balaram Singh is there, so he's from Institute of Advanced Sciences, Massachusetts, USA, and Professor Balaram Singh is involved. I don't have your detailed bio, but I'm saying he's our longtime friend, and he is one of the independent member in World Dept Association WITS that organize every year annual conference, and also he is the founder of the BOTEX, right? BOTEX, what is the name? BOTEX? Yes. Yes, I cannot, can you introduce that, please? Yes, yes. So he will introduce himself and his work. And now we don't want more delay. So we invite Dr. Balaram Singh to start his talk. Thank you very much, Dr. Shanta. It was wonderful. We have known each other for a long time. My basic training is in chemistry, and I work with the protein called botulinum toxin, which is also known as commonly commercial world as a Botox. We also have an Indian version with some tech transfer. Now, India has its own version of Botox called Stunts. For a stunning look, it gives a very good look when you use it. So, basically, that's my background. I've been a professor of chemistry and biochemistry for last 35 years or so. We are starting some new institutes in India, trying to come up with integration of philosophy, darshan, tradition, culture, and science. So it's really a great interest to me to be invited here and share some of my thoughts. Now, if somebody can help me with getting my slides up there, that will be great. Is there anybody here who can get me my slides? I guess nobody. I'm the person who is going to take charge of this. So in the meantime, I've been told that since several people not speaking today, so I got about 3 hours to talk about Dr. Shanta. Which one is the? Which one do I listen? You inserted this thing? Yes, I don't know. I think I gave it to you. Yeah. Yeah, it's here. This one? This one. This one, right? Yeah. This one, right? That's one, yeah. Yeah, this is it. Okay, great, thank you. So I titled my talk as Seeing Evolution Beyond Brain, Mind and Consciousness. I understand we have been talking quite a bit about consciousness, intelligence and other things. So because I think there is a shortage of time, so I'm just going to move to my slides. What I want to talk a little bit about the Darwinian theory. Share the screen for Zoom also. Some problem. 1 minute. Okay. Share screen. Which one? This one, right? Yeah. Or this one. Yeah. Okay. All right. So I guess I start again. Okay, you can see. I think there is some problem. I can't move the slides. So maybe we need to share a screen. Slide is not moving? No. Here it's moving, it's not moving. Can I move here? Yeah, okay. It's now sharing. Yeah, can you move? I can move now. Let me see. Just this. Oh, I see. Okay. It's working, just check it. No. You can try it. I know it didn't move. I pressed this. Yeah, can it move? Yes. Not moving there. Not moving? Yes, moving, no? Okay, now good. Thank you. Just use this button. Okay. Okay, very good. Thank you very much. It just already proves that we need human intelligence. Machines are not good enough. So I was just going to say a little bit about evolution versus creation. There is a theory of evolution that things happen on their own, and then there are things that there is a creation. That creation is, many people believe some kind of God, others believe in some kind of forces, but basically, the evolution theory says that you adapt to the nature, and the natural selection is important. There is always change in the nature, and so you have to adapt to it. But it's very slow and long process. That's why many times people cannot follow it, because the time is an important factor. And then the other aspect is survival of the body and the gene pool. So people think that it's either you have to survive, your body has to survive, and then there's your gene. Your body has to survive generations and generations and generations through the gene. And is the survival selfish? What is the origin of life? Where did it start? What about those people who live for others? Selfless life. Are they not evolved? Whether Dalai Lama or many of the monks sitting here who have given up their next generation, are they not evolved? That's a very important question that we really do not have much answers. Evolution science, there are assumptions. One of the major assumptions in science is the man is the most evolved organism. Even though it's not written anywhere, it's assumed. And this is a data examine materialistic objects. When we look at the materialistic, latest research saying that mind and consciousness is also part of evolution. And there are alternative hypotheses also. I think there is some problem with the internet, at least I see here. But let's see. Yeah, okay, it's coming up. My slide is not moving again. There was some, okay, let me just write. Yeah, it moved now. So one of the ideas is that here you can see that the size of the brain was important for people to think that humans have evolved looking at the size of the brain. And then, if this slide is visible there, then there was a whole idea of the brain to be most important. So there were organisms arranged in terms of the size of their brain. And they found that the elephant had larger brain than human beings, so that wasn't acceptable, obviously, because we are so narcissistic about ourselves. So then they said the formula that it has to be brain size divided by the body size. And they came up human not to be in top still. Actually, this shoe as it's like in India, it's like Sasundar. That came out to be better than human being. So they didn't like that idea either. Then they came up with this idea of the brain weight divided by the body weight to the power of 0.69, and you see that humans are on the top. So we have this feeling that we have to be on the top. And that's why we see everything is driven about evolution by us being on the top. Now, actually, Darwin was quite objective about things. He had studied some plants. In London, there used to be scientists, used to be not only people who sit in the lab, but also in the field. Actually, there were more scientists in those days and now also who work in the field. And they found that if you grow more than one type of plant in a small area, there is a better growth for all of them. And that was done by a gardener. So they found that actually when you have different kind of people, diversity, then there is a better growth, and that will be considered better evolution. And that evolution is present in plants also. Now moving to the more molecular understanding, you see that the life started somewhere with some organic molecules, got into some viruses, and then bacteria, and then little organisms, and then plants, and then animals, and then human beings. It's almost like the Bible said there was a light, and then there was a light, and then there was a water, and there was a water, and there were organisms. Like we also have Dasi in Indian context. But virtually the time is that you have a very long time ago, we're not even talking about the millions of years, when the sun was there and then earth was there for 4.4 billion years or so. And anaerobic organisms have been there for at least a couple of billion years. And one of the organisms that I'm going to talk a little bit more about is this botulinum toxin producing bacteria called Clostridium botulinum. So you see this whole thing, humans are really towards the end. In last million or 2 years, humans have been on this earth according to science. Now, for the evolution of man, if you really have to look at, you have to look at some conditions under which the man, there you go. So you have genetic and molecular basis of natural selection, random gene mutation. This is important. It's a random because we don't know why the gene mutations occur. And then some of them are suitable for natural changes. And then you see this human existence for about 1 million years. Anaerobic bacteria for over 3 billion years. Humans have a genome size about 3 billion base pairs. And bacteria has only 5 million base pairs. So it's very, very little number in terms of comparison, about 1,000 times less. But humans use only 1.4% of their base pairs for genes, whereas the bacteria uses about 80%. So it's very efficient. If you were choosing efficiency, you will find bacteria is highly evolved. Humans have only 30,000 genes. Mouse has actually more genes than humans. And if you look at the number of gene, base pairs, actually something like plants, fern actually has 3,000 times more DNA than human beings have. Onion has, I think 6 times. I can't read the whole numbers here right now on this. Let me see. Yeah, amphibians have 30 times. Fern has 3,000 times more DNA. And onion has 6 times more DNA. So the question is, What is the real criteria for evolution? Science is still working on it. It doesn't have it. It doesn't anything wrong with it. It's just question is we are still working on it. So, and then we are sitting in a very artificial environment. We are not living. So it's better that you in this ashram a little more naturally than places like United States, where everything is all taken care for you and you have nothing to worry about. So maybe not that much. And there are some other aspects I'm not going to go into, but one of them is human cloning. We haven't gotten to human cloning yet. Like human cloning is very, very easily done. Now, what I wanted to then compare is this. You have this in the corona, the corona that we have right now. If you really consider this mutation rate, its life cycle, and its how long a bacteria virus has been, it has 26 trillion times evolutionary advantage according to scientific methods than a human being. A bacteria has 4.6 billion for genetic life cycle advantage over human beings. So that's why you can see we are inundated with bacteria and viruses, and we are always in trouble because they can adapt better than human beings can. And if you really think about it, human body has 380 trillion viruses. It has 100 trillion bacterial cells. It has only 20 trillion of its own cells. So actually, we are a lot more if you count only mathematically. Dr. Modi, we were talking about mathematics earlier. We were talking about mathematically. We are more of virus than human beings. We are a lot more bacteria ourselves. Actually, it's important. It's not just mathematically. Physiologically, if all the cells decide to live, we will survive an hour. If all the bacteria decide to live, you will not survive more than a day. So it is very important. I think sometimes like this might consider it is the ashram because the name is written outside. But it is the people inside who are more important. So it's very important to realize this, that we are sitting here on a very important pile of predecessors of us. So that's why we are where we are, how we are. So moving along, hopefully that we realize. So there is a book written by this Werner Heisenberg, Philosophy and Physics. And they usually say the science is just perspective. Science isn't exactly the truth. The physics, it is so sophisticated, sometimes you just accept it. But the philosophy of science is that you have to be completely unbiased. And it's hardly, I think science is not even trained. They should be trained to become unbiased. There is no training for them at all to be unbiased. It's objectivity, the thing that is taken care, or at least is considered to be giving you unbiased opinion. But I now I do basic research, applied research, and also do commercial research. And like I said, we have a product. When you do commercial research, you are totally biased. You are presenting your point of view to accept. Otherwise, if you provide everything so confused, nothing will be approved. So it's a perspective. Actually, so not that perspective. Here, it says in the book, Professor Mozart wrote, that when comprehended, these philosophical assumptions generate a personal and social mentality and behavior quite different from at points incompatible with the family, the caste, the tribally centered mentality of native nations, and including the Middle Eastern and other people. Basically, somebody has a perspective, and that's what the science is. And so, if you want to look at that, there's no unbiasedness at all. Literature, when we read literature, whether it's scientific literature or otherwise, it's a reflection of that society. And then, since my middle school, Hindi में एक ऐसे आता था साहित्य समाज का दर्पण है. And so that's what you see. Whatever the society you have, that's the kind of thing even in science that has. The Karl Marx has War on Economy. Samuel Huntington has Third World War based on religion. Everybody has a perspective. And that's very important to know that when we are reading, there is a perspective. There is a perspective why today is Tuesday. Because somebody put a perspective. Today is Monday. And this has changed, by the way, several times. But so that's somebody's perspective has been put forward and we all accept that. We are living with that. We have Somvar, Mangalwar, we have adapted to that also. But actually, Indian perspective is more natural when you look at it. You have a Sutupak and Krishnapak because you're seeing the moon. And based on moon, that has, by the way, that has an effect. Particularly on women physiology, it has an effect. So there are different ways to look at that. That's all I'm trying to science. And India is the only country which has in its constitution written that people should, it's the duty of people to develop scientific temper. And that's Article 51A. So this is one place where you can bring up all kind of things. Maybe it's reflecting its culture. And that's very important to know. Now, the way we observe things, we take a real observation. If we observe regularly, then we think that's worth looking at it. Then if everybody observes the same thing, then it becomes normal. And when it becomes a normal, it becomes a standard. Like it's a standard for me to put on a jacket and shirt and pant to stand here. It could be very easily a lungi at some point, and then I will be still, but if that was a standard, that would be the case. But here we have different, and then after a while later, it becomes ideal. Everybody has to do that. If you don't do that, there is some problem with you. So science is no different. Science also follows the same kind of philosophy. And then you can see many of the current scientific ideas, including quantum, thermodynamics, genetics, evolution, equilibrium, etc., they all go through the same process. Somebody makes observation, eventually it becomes ideal, and then laws are created and everybody thinks, well, that has to be like that, unless, of course, somebody comes along and questions that. And well, I just want to focus not on so many of this. I want to focus on two things, which is very important for science. There won't be any science if there was no change with time and there was no change with the space. So space, and in this case, I'm talking about concentration. That's, as a chemist, space means less concentration. More concentration means less space. So it's a question of time, and space is one very important aspect that is considered by scientists. There won't be any science if these two were taken away. And then that's where Indian concepts come, where you have Dravya. And Dravya has 9 elements, which has Panchabhutas, but then it has time and space. And it's also, interestingly, it has mind and self also. So that part is not, science has not taken yet, although they are tweaking with that idea. And so then you have the whole philosophy of you have dosas, 3 dosas, 3 gunas, panchabhutas. An interesting thing is, if you can read it, there is a mind, and there is the atma. So science, only Indian science like Ayurveda has accepted self as a very important part. The Western world is still dealing with it. Now I want to give you this example. I don't have that much knowledge of self, atma, and even maybe mind. I have a little bit knowledge about mind, but today I'm going to present to you not that aspect. I'm going to present to you something interesting, which is related to this Botox. So this is Hillary Clinton's picture. When she used Botox, she looks younger. But this is botulinum toxin versus Botox. But botulinum toxin is the most toxic substance that has ever been produced. So you can see when you give less space, it becomes toxic. When you give it more space to the toxin, it's a medicine. And how does that happen in terms of space? It's in terms of concentration. You can sit down, please. Thank you. So if you give it more space, it's dilute. And when it is dilute, it's medicine. And it is $7 billion industry right now. So India is producing now, because we have been working in this for a very long time, 30 years or so. And so we have just transferred technology to do that. This is very commonly understood. If you have 100 people and versus 100 nanograms, 1,000-fold difference. You can also see this office, how nice it looks. Although we like to have more people here, but I think it's very nice that we don't have crowded place. And looks good, really good. So you can see how this is, so everybody can achieve. It's not just the chemist that can feel it. I'm going to speed up a little bit. This whole idea comes at least from basic philosophy point of view. It comes from dharma. Dharma is the one which gives. I can take my time. Okay. All right. Well, we are all here invited until lunch now. So, so it's very interesting for this discussion that we are having here. It's like how complex the life is. Even the tiny bit of life, even an atom is very complex, and it is not easy to model it. Why? Because according to this, Padartha have done karma. Now you can here what is given, what is karma. If karma affects the Dravya's qualities, if karma affects Dravya's quality, as a chemist, I can see that. If I make the experiment run for a while, its quality changes. So, and then there are other things. It's like someone is like, what is like a common, whereas the common feelings people have. What is special about something? What is togetherness? You cannot take a statement out. And what is missing? It's like in the case of our body, we are some molecules called hydrophobic molecules, like water. If they don't, we are because of that. So this is very important concept, very important for us to understand that everything. So why do you but I tell you that certain thing that happens in the that you cannot even predict. And then what do you do? So let's see how that comes. Even there are 70 types of qualities. Remember, these are qualities, and there are 70 types of qualities, and this change, and everything else change. I believe like these 7 of these, they change, and they change simultaneously, and then you have to bring in everything to try to say what might be happening, even if just for the explaining what the padarthas are. Now, I'm just going to take some experimental data to show you how to address mind. My topic was how to go beyond mind and consciousness to understand evolution. Here is experiment that was done by Dalai Lama's group, published in Proceedings in National Academy of Science a while ago. What they here, the basic point that they are trying to do, they're trying to do some correlations of different kind of waves, gamma waves, beta waves, and then we found those who had practiced yoga a certain period of time, like 15,000 hours, 30,000 hours, 45,000 hours, there is a correlation with that timing, how long you have practiced in your correlation with these different kind of waves. So that establishes this to be a science. I was saying the time has to be important factor. The time establishes that yoga practices doing something in your brain that is time dependent. That means it can be scientifically examined. It's just only one aspect of it. Another example, which is a little bit facetious also, it was done by Einstein, Albert Einstein, and he published in 1938 this work. I took it out from Scientific American, where it was published in 2002. What he did, the story that he borrowed somebody's very right in New York, and said, borrow for an hour for have coffee. And when we were having coffee in Madison Square, when he was in conversation with her, when he felt like it was a couple of minutes, he looked at the watch, it was 57 minutes. 57 minutes of conversation, he appeared to him only 2 minutes. And then he took right to his Princeton house, and he turned on the stove, in which you cook, electric stove, and he sat on it. And where he felt like an hour, when I looked at the watch, it was only 2 minutes. So it's the mind, basically what I'm trying to say, is what is time. So it's in you, not outside. Outside is a measurement, but it's up to us. There's another point to think about what the mind is. And the second one, an experiment that was published in Science in 2006, people buying cars. When you have only 4 features of car, like color, maybe the size, maybe the wheel, maybe the clock, or whatever feature you're looking at, then people rationally thought about it. They were using the conscious decision. But when items, they gave up. Well, gut feeling. No, I think I like this. I don't want to know so much details about everything. So what I'm saying, unconscious is better than conscious. So this is beyond conscious, beyond mind. Our existence is beyond mind and beyond consciousness even. And that to, if it is not in your mind, how can mind does not be your mind? Competition internationally, that was wonderful. Great things. I mean, it's doing, we're sitting and sharing some of our thoughts, but it is beyond, the reality is beyond mind and consciousness also. As you can see in the experiments. But very interesting thing, there was another experiment recently done in 2009, published also in Proceedings National Academy of Science, where they address directly religion. They have some moral issues like homosexuality, racial discrimination, euthanasia, things like that. And they ask people what you think and what a typical American thinks about these moral issues. When you see these colors in the brain, you can ask them to tell. They just recorded what they think. And they ask them my cursor is not visible there, but you can see that in A, then the left one, you can see the self versus American, there are two spots. That shows that that's the difference. Now, if you want to ask the question, what a God thinks and what a typical American thinks, there is no difference, there is no light there. But interestingly, when asked what do you think about these issues and what God thinks, no difference. If God thinks, what they think is what God thinks. This is something that when this microphone might be thinking. Have no idea. Consciousness is also consciousness. So poor right now, doesn't mean that we cannot get there. And this is the concept that you can think about in that Aham. That's a separate issue. The reason this was also used by Schrodinger. He wrote that Atman is same as Brahman, because that's what we project. I'm not going to read the rest of it. So when we're now looking from science point of view, computer science, biotechnology, artificial intelligence, even natural, some artificial intelligence, like to find out what is going on. We application, you can have some sensors we make ourselves. There is an artificial network. You can recording them. It's very complicated. The field that we have is physics, chemistry, biology, computer science, so it comes to us is the rate of vibration. Everything is from nuclear particles to galaxies. Everything is vibrating. And when I'm saying vibrating, the regular cycle of vibration. Sinusoidal wave, cosine waves, whatever you can call, and we define mathematically. And but this idea of vibration came from Nasariya Suktam. That says that when there was nothing, then it starts oscillating, spandal. So I can see that picture. See that from particles to galaxies, they are still vibrating. Our heart vibrates, our nerves vibrate, everything is at any level there is a vibration. So that is one good way to look at it, and I'm just presenting something that we do and may be relevant to it. So now I was saying earlier, there are nucleus, nuclear particles, then they make little atoms, they make molecules, and they all vibrate. Molecule vibrates on their own frequency, atoms vibrate on their own frequency. Everything has vibration. I work with proteins, so we study vibrations of proteins. And this is not meant for you to read, because this is a slide I made so that you can read, and you have to listen to me. So here is bacteria. And I said earlier, when there is no air, when there is no oxygen, and Clostridium botulinum that produces the botulinum toxin, and here are the latest. And our latest system is nervous system, and it affects, it's called toxin because it affects the neurons. it has been able to survive for that long. Even in the air, it still finds a way to survive. That means it must have evolved well. And we can study the whole organism actually. So I'm going to try to see if this works. I'm going to try to see if this works. Not sure. Supposed to vibrate. Maybe not. So if you want to see it vibrating, and this is the active site of active portion of that toxin. This is just a tiny piece of that. Now it is not vibrating, maybe it's not computer is not running fast enough or whatever. That's okay. So you can see that when you have to just be if you vibrate about half a microsecond to get to this stage. And this is predicted a form of a measurement that we do call sex. Here is experimental data of that same thing. You can see the two the dot here, and you can see the data. It's not perfect, but it is its nature, and the vibration of this domain is important. This is the tiny domain. Now I'm going to show you another one which I'm sure it's not right work, because if you didn't work for the smaller, not going to work for this. What you can see here, during the dance we have discovered, I say 0.5 microsecond, and this is the reading about that other protein that we were just showing you. And then this within 0.5 microsecond, you will see this like a dance, like an hour dance. It will be going back and forth, and eventually will fit in there. This is tiny bit of a molecule that is only about 24 amino acids. This cerulean molecule, it also very tiny. For them to do this one for 0.5 microsecond, it is at that scale, it is like a dance for a long time. But we have trillions of such molecules in our body. And we have this phenomenon happen at femtosecond level. This experiment was done over 4 days of the simulation. Then we have the results. If I just made the molecules and much bigger size and at femtosecond level, I'm going to name is Balaram from University of Massachusetts Lowell campus, who really does this experiment for us. He said, I asked him, can you model a cell, one cell? You know, we have 20 to 30 trillion cells in our body. Can you model one of them? He said, not possible. Not at femtosecond level, it's not possible. Right now, computational skill that we have is just not possible. So we have 20, 30 billion cells. And even whether how to know. So it's very difficult to do that. And the next part that I'm going to try to show you is almost impossible to do. So physical reality, there are classical physics. You know, I'm standing here, if I throw this phone, you know, you get somewhere and you can make. So quantized like energy, you can see it, but it is quantized. That just only elements. So when you look at this, then you find we did experiment. Just going to show observation here. The observation is you have seen your thumb. Your thumb is never repeated. Nobody can ever repeat that. That's so different. Same fact makes the gun, but every gun is different. It cannot be the same because that's how police finds out that which gun fired this, not which brand of gun fired. I think so much so that the CIA in the US, when the law that you cannot take pictures, because everybody has privacy, you cannot take picture. What they come to take picture of your side. And when you're walking, you can tell who that person is by looking at the walk. So your walk is different. Nobody ever walked on earth like you do. Nobody will ever do in the future. And that's why they have identified. So there's so much uniqueness. We try to do this experiment in my class. I teach a Kriya Yoga class. as a science course actually. And then we found that I asked them to feel these chakras intensity, and then when labeled intensity, I these 6 positions: straight, left, and right, back, and forth, and so the scale of 5 for the intensity, 5 positions, 6 poses. It gives you a very high number of possibilities. It's like 10 to the power of 15 or so. And interesting thing is, I taught this course for 10 years when I was at the UMass. Not a single time one student matched with the other student. This matrix never matched. Even not only that, even that student, when he did second time, even immediately after, will never match. So what I'm saying is that our existence is only for that moment. How are you going to take care of that? When you are writing the algorithm, you have to see some kind of repeatability. You cannot see that. So that is the challenge that we have. And so all the sciences, even when we combine each other, I think we found that there will be integration. Revisited this evidence for research impact, they found it always changes. So nothing is really fixed, even something like this. And actually, somebody did research on quantum, because I hear so much talk about quantum, and they found quantum mechanics fails. Okay, finish in 2 minutes. 2 minutes, okay, Dr. Sant. 2 minutes, okay, Dr. Sant. Okay. So even quantum fails, quantum mechanics fails. So now, if you approach mind, the last part of my discussion here is that there are so many ways you can do that, including some artificial intelligence also in our lab. It's called artificial neural network. So you come to this, where you now want to approach mind, you have to approach the energy pranamaya course after physical, and then manomaya course, jnanamaya course, and anandamaya course. And we are not even able to get to the physics under my course yet. So just imagine how much more to go. And that is true evolution. And that evolution, to get through that, you have to do this yoga, chitta vritti, nirodha. I'm not going to discuss more in some fascinating aspect of it. One of them is, if you can read this, that you start to know yourself. You need to know yourself. That's called swast. That's called healthy. And the rest of it is not as important for another day. So I'm just going to move on to the next one. And in this one, I don't want you all know about Ashtanga Yoga. I want to say that you get the best of your senses, science, subtle senses, then ultimately you go to the pratyahar, which means that you give up everything and reach the reality that we're talking about. And the last point I want to make is, there is a procedure, the whole mechanism understood. These chakras are very important, they play a very important role. And that important role is that we have, I'm just going to skip that part here. We have these bodies, physical, ethereal, astral, and mental, and spiritual body. I was talking about the Ayurveda, there is the Atma, a spiritual aspect of it. And so those chakras allow you to encrypt whatever physically is just encrypted in your adhyatmic body. And whatever you do at adhyatmic level also gets into your physical body. So that's a kind of a karma transport. And so there is so much more to go, what I'm trying to say. It can be reached, there is another method, not necessarily artificial intelligence, unless artificial intelligence people become yogi first. And then they translate that into this kind of technology. It has been done in the past, at least in Puranic stories and other things. I hope that what I just presented, it gives you some just food for thoughts. I don't have any real conclusion except that we need to continue to pursue it. Thank you so much. I'm assuming we're not taking questions, are we?
Hello? Yes. Thank you very much, Professor Balaram Singh. And now the floor is open for questions. If there anybody have any questions?
Hello? Yeah. Nothing about the theory. I mean, that it was very good. My small question is the chemical that you introduced in the beginning, that photo that you showed, picture that you showed, that it changes to the younger one, that whatever.
Which one, please take a little bit clearer? In the
Better.
yeah.
No.
Yes.
Describe what it is. It is.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm saying, I don't know the chemical formula, whether it is being taken in or whether it is to be ingested, what is it?
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much. I think it's a very good question. I did skip all of that to get to this discussion. Well, that has an enzyme in it, and the part I'm showing you is an enzyme part of it, which is the active part. It is produced by this Clostridium botulinum bacteria, and it's released. It's a food poison. Many times people get food poisoning because of not living as much as other places. People do the kindling of the food, not very well cooking it. So the bacteria grows and produces the toxin. Toxin goes and binds to nerves and gets the enzyme inside the nerve cell. And then, we have this neurotransmitter that my hand to rise up and other things. So it blocks that release of the neurotransmitter. Basically, makes communication impossible between the nerves and the muscles. And so it causes paralysis. People are paralyzed. Their heart, they cannot breathe, their heart stops, and they normally die. It is 100 billion times more toxic than cyanide. 100 billion times more toxic. There is nothing more toxic than this. But even this, you understand it. I mean, in my lab is always done, and most other people, even the janitors, will not enter my lab because they're so much afraid of it. But my students, even high school students, once you know how to use it, they can use it now, like I said, this medicine as a cosmeceuticals, it is called, which is what, like, even we have started manufacturing in India, and it's being sold as Estanox, if you want to do the Google on it. It is injected in the site, on the site. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, sir, for a nice presentation. I have a very general question. The question is on that, can life be possible without body? Without body? Without body? Body. Body. Okay. Yeah. Anybody, general body also. That. And the second question is that, is there do any distinction between life and consciousness?
Say it a little bit slower.
Do distinction between life and consciousness? Life and consciousness.
Okay, good. So let's see the first question, and I already forgot what was the first question. Yeah. Okay. So, like I showed in Nasada Sut, when there is nothing, something started with oscillation. You can, body is a relative definition. What we call as a body, for a physics professor or scientist, that atoms, nuclear particle is the body, because that's what they're looking at. And they're looking at whether that is moving, living, this is a consciousness. That's what we're looking at. Now, like I said earlier, in the Werner Heisenberg's book, he said that it's perspective. Everybody has perspective. Some other people say that's not life at all, and the life is only human beings or maybe animals. There was a time when Western world did not accept that plants have life, and they didn't accept later on. There was a time when Western world thought that people don't have spirit or soul, but now they think. So it's perspective in that sense. I think from Nasada Sutta, whenever it moves, it has life. And it has a body of whatever its own body, just like my body and your body is different. Now, the second question was life and consciousness. Can you have life without consciousness? I don't think so. I think you have to have consciousness to have life. I have to define what I define as consciousness and what I define as life. In physics and in chemistry, there is a lifetime of reaction, a molecule, an atom. So it's called lifetime. So they have life. As long as they survive, And they do have consciousness because they're moving. And just according to Nasadiya Sukta. I think Alex wanted to disagree.
I just want to say something.
Okay.
His body, there are different types of body. One is gross body, another is subtle body. So generally in the Western tradition, we don't have that type of understanding. But in Indian tradition, we have, higher understanding of this body. We think the body is Pancha Mahabhuta body, that you can see, touch, smell, all those things. But the subtle body is made up of mind, intelligence, and false ego, mana, buddhi, ahankar. So also beyond that, those who are spiritual beings, there is another body, there is no Siddha, and that is made up of Visuddha Sattva, beyond the gunas of this world. So there are many layers here. So which body you are talking about? So if they are already there, yes. That's the Indian concept, they are indeed there. Yes. And the consciousness and life, as you told, there's according to Vedic science, consciousness is the empirical symptom of existence of the soul. Like you have sun rays, but the sun, similarly, consciousness is the symptom of the soul.
Very true. And then there is so much in India about this kind of things, and science is not there yet. Absolutely agree.
Exactly.
I was very interested in your pointing to the internal vibrations, in particular protein molecule. It's on. I was very interested in your pointing to the internal vibrations of particular protein molecule, because I was talking about the critical point fluctuations which occur due to the fractal physiology of all physiological systems. And I showed that the critical point fluctuations are capable of reducing wave packets and therefore being responsible for consciousness. I wondered if there was anything analogous in your particular internal vibration.
Yeah, I had the same curiosity and I asked many people about this. I traveled to Puri, Jagannath Puri, and asked because that Jagannath Puri Shankaracharya talks a lot about this Panchabhutas and how the life is. And my fascination is with pranic energy. We call it pranic energy, actually we call it prana, but energy is something that I had to see whether we can measure it. And then the end of when my center got established, we got some work done on Ayurveda. I got a phone call from a CEO from California. And he said that he had cancer. And he was telling his story. He said he had cancer. And his doctor gave him 6 months to survive. But then he met some Ayurveda person who said that you should eat high pranic energy food. And he said, high pranic energy says fresh food, only fresh food, directly from the tree. Just eat that. And he said 9 months had passed, and he said he's almost gotten cure of his cancer. So that what you were talking about, maybe that's how we are trying to tackle is wave and particles. But the nature of prana is important. And when I went to Shankaracharya, I had a good discussion on YouTube if you want to look at it. It was difficult for him also to communicate. I mean, he talking about was difficult to communicate to a scientist. And he said something like, the world comes from this, and then he retired. And he was there 5 years later. This prana comes from Atma. That's the source of life is Atma. And so I'm still trying to do some experiment with that. Maybe someday I will find out whether they are particles. And where is that?
It's the kind of a date.
Okay, that's the representation that we have to and some source of that. Obviously we have some of them are more enlightened than others, and we are obviously in that sense.
Jnana Brahma. You could take the quality of Kalyani as being a very subtle aspect.
Yeah, could be.
So there is some kind of,
Take the mic. Or shout.
Has a specific meaning. It means a kind of a knowledge which is imbued with the love-filled knowledge. It is not just ordinary knowledge. So it has.
Okay, there was a question. You wanted to ask question.
I was just willing to know that if someone is skeptical about the existence of these various bodies, astral, ethereal, and so on. So how can he be convinced?
How can?
He be convinced in scientific manner.
How can it be proven or tested?
Yeah, because we know magnetic field, electric field, they are not visible to our five senses.
Yeah, it's a
But some effects of these.
yes. How can you test these five types of bodies?
How can, if someone is skeptical, how can he?
Yeah, how can you test it? So first of all, we just go to how we test anything. You go to medical people, you do clinical trial, and it's just like that, you know. And when we recently found that I couldn't take more people than water. They did a clinical trial about remdesivir. We assume, make some assumption, and we have some biomarking, and then we look at it. So that's we are measuring it. Now, this would also be measured. So I just suggested that the mechanism of learn how this bodies communicate with each other because of the chakras. And that's why it's very important to keep the chakras very active. So, see, if we are going to measure physically, we can only measure it physically, which is the first two bodies, the ethereal body and physical body. The physical body, we all have access to whatever body temperature or vibrations or their health or whatever, you know, something has to be done. I think people should do that. I don't think anybody has done that. The physical body, research has been done by photography developed by physicists in Russia, that I understand 20, 30 years ago. And they can easily show that when the body the physical body dies, the ethereal body dies after 3 to 5 days. And the rest of the body that Dr. Shanta is saying, it is subtle. You don't have access to it. The thing does not die. And that's why the karma, if you have the karma, they get subtle bodies. And when you are born again, they get like a USB port. Now you have to face those. So physical measurements can be done. And our professors have made, there are certain people, like we already know that, you know, exposed to same chemicals to the certain people don't get affected, even things don't get affected, we have different kind of thinking. So the theory that because of this karma, and that karma starts with that oscillation, and it can so many other people now have an effect on me, and I have an effect on you. It forever is going to be forever this thing. So all that affects us. Can we take into account all that in doing our calculations? Probably not very difficult. But some of it, yes, you can do that. You know, for example, I said the people in yoga, and they can know better the coordinates of the gamma waves and the alpha waves and beta waves. So that is and see whether yoga, some kind of adhyatmic, you know, point. Don't service to others like these people. They're very happy all the time. You can see them.
So I want to say that most of the experimental sciences, they are dealing with the things that we can observe through our knowledge gaining senses. But things like anger, love, frustration, all those things cannot be tested by the modern instruments that we have in the laboratory. So you have to put yourself in the laboratory. So what the spiritual personalities are doing, they are putting themselves in the laboratory. But we are putting everything else in the laboratory, not ourselves. So we have to learn how to put ourselves in the laboratory. So that's why the yogis, the jnanis and devotees, they are doing that. So you have to experience these things yourself under some qualified teacher. Then you can know. You cannot deny that there is no happiness just because I cannot see it or smell it. There is happiness, we experience it. So there are things we see in modern science also.
which are not directly like electron. Nobody seen that, but an inference can be made. Similarly, you can feel happiness, unhappiness, stress, and all those things. So how to understand that? Not by physical means. So you have to go more than that. There is epistemological level. Prataksha, Paroksha, Aparoksha, Adakshaja, Aprakrita. So, these all things are being studied in the Vedic tradition. So, Prataksha means direct sense perception. Paroksha means you don't have to eat poison to know that poison will kill you. You learn from experience. And then Aparoksha, Adakshaja means you have to learn from some, meditative path, meditative process. There is Aparoksha and Adakshaja is that which descends from the above. And Aprakrita means it looks like mundane, like Krishna is doing stealing and all those things, but it is something transcendental. So that you can know when you develop the pure consciousness. So there are different ways of knowing different levels of realities. That's my humble.
I think that's very true, but it's true for eventually. If you say I'm happy, you can only communicate to people who have the same knowledge as you. Well, there are a lot of people on the road I find who say that they are very happy, very enlightened, and then what do you do with them? Then you have to ask that question: how to measure what they are? So I think there is some effort from medical science people and physical science people.
But Dr. Prasanna has a question. I think we are getting it. You don't have? Okay.
So what I was saying is that Centers for Disease Control in America is very well respected organization, and they have come up with different kind of reasons for health issues. And one of them, 80%, they have come up with 80% hospital visits and doctor's visits because of stress. And all the things that you called anger, happiness, everything is related to that. Actually, happiness is not as good indicator as the contentment. Are you content?
Our suggestion that you cannot find solution to the problems of life in matter, non-life. You have to find the living reality where everything is living, where the mountain is living, the river is living. So you have to transcend that plane. How to go to that plane? So that needs, some cultivation of consciousness, higher consciousness. I think we have to
I'm so sorry.
and that means that has done a great benefit to the participants.
Thank you.
We thank
you so much.
Dr. Balaram Singh for his nice presentation. And after this, we invite Parthasarathi Bera, which is our friend. You have a question? Okay. Student has a question.
I told him to give me until lunchtime, but he's... Go ahead, please.
Is really the think of God or believe in God increases our consciousness?
What was that? Meaning of?
Believe in God.
Believing in
thought in
God.
God. Thought of God increases our consciousness. If this, then how?
Yeah. There are, I have students, please sit down. I have students learning the same thing about proteins and give them assignments differently because it's their nature. I have to see where they are coming from, what is their background. How do you define God? It is very important. Some people consider parents as God in India. If I know that you believe in parents as God, then I'll give you some example of your parents. I will complete the answer that I was giving. When you get peace, your body physiology changes. There is a hormone called oxytocin that is released when you are serving people, like your parents, like God. If you consider God to be something that you want to do the service, like okay. So, speaking from biochemistry point of view, It depends on what you consider God. Some people consider nature as God. Now, the service to that nature, then you have this oxytocin released in your body. Not just this oxytocin, you have to serve the things. They take care of their babies. All really, in like oxygen, where somebody comes to their house, that person. And the person, thank you so much for taking me to my house. In the moment of happiness, if somebody thinks and says, thank you so much for taking me. So that happens that oxytocin. The person who is nervous, and thank you very much for coming here and giving me this opportunity. So you have to connection with God like this, where you are in silence. That's a band. so when you have like I am God, I am that God, the consciousness. You know, if you I have contented, satisfied, happy, bliss. It happens when a mother has we 5% is younger than men in gender because they are more contented. Particularly when they have children, because nothing better than having children and they should put something outside. So if you have God, and the service of humanity because God has created this so well, and you're so concentrated, and your consciousness goes there. You're not stressed, you're not angry, you're not looking for happiness, you're not sad at all. So that is how it is disconnected. I hope it makes sense to you. Thank you, Dr. Balaram Singh. Now we invite Professor Parthasarathi. He is a professor in Electrical Engineering Department at Kalyani University. And he is from IIT-Roorkee. So he is going to speak that artificial intelligence. What is that? The title that he makes
artificial intelligence accept the supremacy of spiritual intelligence.
Can artificial intelligence accept the supremacy of spiritual intelligence?
So I am thankful to all my friends, Mukti Niskam Sant Maharaj and Bhakti Vigyan Muni Maharaj. Actually, we are friends till our student life, and we have a contact, and we have a lot of discussion in our life. We have discussed about these things for at least for 20 years, and I have got a lot of experience, knowledge from them, and I try to put all this knowledge. And actually, I get interest on spirituality from my distant friends, and that has helped me to think about to develop myself on this topic, my knowledge. And I have decided what title should be for this topic. That I have decided that actually I think spiritual intelligence is the highest intelligence. So artificial intelligence can accept this, the supremacy of spiritual intelligence. So actually, this is my proposal. There are three types of intelligence: logical intelligence, intuitive intelligence, and spiritual intelligence. Logical intelligence is actually actually our teachers Understanding. Actually, the knowledge system helps us to understand. These are not really anything that is like that is forming into intelligence. That is the question. Here, we must talk another point is the intuitive intelligence that already in previous speaker discussed about this, that understanding the quality of art, music, aesthetics, etc. And a student, a good student, a bad student. A good student can understand, can solve the numerical very nicely. How he can solve this nicely? Not only logic, some intuition, his intuition capability. Even there is more clear in science also, the scientist discovers a new theory. That is also from his intuition. For this, I have given that from two example from one from art. That is that I have shown one picture of that Abhishek Thakur. He has drawn the Bharat Mata picture. That is the concept of India as a mother. That is that concept, the spiritual concept, how it has come to his mind. That is something different level. That is American India. One of the Indian is that many groups, persons of India accepted this picture. And another from science, that is from August Kekule. He has discovered Bengal ring. Actually, Bengal ring, the structure of this molecule, he discovered actually this for dream. A snake is swallowing its tail. That's why in this way, they have discovered this ring. This is from the dream, not from logic. Last, spiritual intelligence. Spiritual intelligence is the capability of human being to ask himself about the ultimate meaning of life and integrated relationship between human and the world, universe. And it's very nice example is the Guru teaches and empowers. Empowers is a very important word. Disciple about ultimate meaning of life. That's why in Brahma Sutra, first verse it is given, Athata Brahma Jigyasa. I want to know what Brahma is. Now, these three intelligences and their hierarchies, I want to discuss about this. The logical intelligence is a very lower level thing. Intuitive intelligence, the quality of a person is actually from his intuition, that is his intuition. So artificial intelligence is the resultant of these two intelligence. Actually, a good programmer can develop a good robot. That is from his intuition. Sophia. But spiritual intelligence is refined, superfine, intuitive intelligence. The spiritual intelligence can know the whole universe. Actually, these three intelligences are very much near to the concept of consciousness, intelligence and consciousness. That's why I have mentioned the Abraham Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Actually, this hierarchy is representing actually levels of consciousness. In the lowest level, the basic physiological needs, then safety needs, then after that, I want to know who artist, who want to know more, who want to create more about this, and ultimately, Maslow has said self-actualization, that is in Indian spirituality, to know who am I. This spiritual intelligence and human intelligence, these are actually subjective intelligence. So that is very nicely discussed when we study the dialogue between Einstein and Rabindranath Tagore. Actually, this dialogue is the dialogue of Einstein and Tagore. This dialogue is the dialogue, the conversation of Indian spirituality with Western science. The Western science, what is science and what is the scientific object? Actually, the debate started. The Indian spirituality said the world is a human world. But Western science is no, there is independent of this human. This world is human, independent of human. So what this, actually this debate goes on. I am not going in details about this debate. Just I want to read one line of this dialogue where to Einstein that science is concerned with that which is not confined to individual. It has the impersonal human world of, it is the impersonal human world of truth. Religion realizes these truths and links them up with our deeper needs. Now, you put artificial intelligence, these two words, instead of science. That will perfectly match the definition. Artificial intelligence is concerned with that which is not confined to individuals. In a robot, anybody can write a program and inject the program into the robot. The debate it is going on. Ultimately, then Einstein asked the Belvedere, the Apollo Belvedere, will be beautiful or not if there will be no human in the world? The Rabindranath said, no. No, hardly no, because the human world, the world in the sense of human mind. Then Tagore said, in any case, if there be any truth absolutely unrelated to humanity, then for us it is absolutely non-existing. Then Einstein agreed. Actually, here Einstein agreed by saying, then I am more religious than you are. Actually, here Western science accepting Indian spirituality. Here, my question is that can artificial intelligence accept at this point Indian spirituality? And Rabindranath explained this Indian spiritual concept in his poem. আমার চেতনার রঙে পান্না হলো সবুজ, চুন হয়ে উঠল রাঙা হয়ে, আমি চোখ মেললাম আকাশে, জ্বলে উঠল আলো পূবে পশ্চিমে, গোলাপের দিকে চেয়ে বললাম সুন্দর, সুন্দর হলো সে। তুমি বলবে এটা তত্ত্ব কথা, এ কবির বাণী নয়, আমি বলবো এ সত্য, তাই এ কাব্য। Indian spirituality said that poetry is truth. Poetry of a seer is truth. The consciousness of man makes panna green and chuni red, the sky blue and beauty beautiful. Without this consciousness, there is no color and no beauty. My question here, can human consciousness be injected into humanized robot? Now, Indian spirituality actually is coming from it is actually the origin of the universe, its meaning, how it has, why universe has been created, from where the Indian spirituality has started. And there, Indian spirituality, about this creation of universe, Srishti Tattva, said, that is given in Bhagavad Gita. Uttamulam adasthapam asattam prabhuradvayam chandansi jasya paranani jasya vedasa vedavit. The whole universe is created from God. The downward, not from inhalation, by inhalation. That is very nicely explained by Rabindranath Tagore in one song. তাই তোমার আনন্দ আমার পর তুমি তাই এসেছো নিচে, আমার নিচে The human body is the ultimate creation of God, because human body can only realize God. That is the objective. The human body can achieve this super consciousness level, God consciousness. So, Prabhupada given name Krishna consciousness. So, actually, all the universe is created by God. So, all the scriptures are the description of the universe of God. All the God. So that's why actually our whole culture, is actually the original and which ultimate goal to realize in the world. And that's why the science and scientific research, art, music, poetry, drama, architecture, sculpture, aesthetics, all are around the spirituality. That's why the inventors are constructed to know this numerous sciences. And this all their resources they are found in the Buddha, Upanishad, Quran, Bhagavad. And out of this culture is there. The Bhagavad sculpture and we don't know very hard language. That is actually ultimately this is actually related to God, Indian spirituality. Our whole culture and civilization is around the God consciousness. Now, this is spiritual knowledge. How this works? First of all, this is possible by that by spiritual, this is transferring this knowledge is possible to a human body. And that's why in Dakshinamurti spectrum, it is mentioned Dakshinamurti means this slide. Actually, in Dakshinamurti, it is mentioned the mother the keep on whatever difference is a good job. What's the meaning of Shinna Samsaya? Here, the guru is guru is doer. A sister is becoming Buddha. How is it possible? Actually, Guru is a fully realized soul. So Guru is now, as he is fully realized soul, he is Juba. And all the doubts are cleared automatically within system. That's why he is very good experience, expert. That is also explaining Chaitanya. The Guru is dumb, the disciple is deep. Guru Bhava Sisa Kala. And this is the Guru, the disciple, that is very nicely explained in Chaitanya Charitamrita. The Rupa Goswami, and met Sri Chaitanya Dev. It is mentioned in Chaitanya Charitamrita. Lokbhir bhaye prabhu dasassamete jaya, rup basaire sikha karan shakti sanchariya. Knowledge actually is empowerment of knowledge, induction of knowledge. A very interesting concept of Indian spirituality. How it is possible? This root Shakti Sanchariya, Sarvada by entering the heart of Rupasthami, see Chaitanya Mahaprabhu to understand the conclusion of all the truths, he must be an expert. This is the Indian spirituality. You mentor the sister, and sister by which, the disciple by which on austerity, seva, service, and job. He empowered automatically the spiritual power, and all the knowledge that automatically had come he is becoming expert. After that, what happened to Sri Rupa Goswami? He became a very good writer. He wrote Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, Ujjal Nilmani, etc. Very famous book. Actually, now the Gaudiya Vaishnava philosophy, the four fundamental books are written by Rupa Goswami. That is the coming from the power from Chaitanya Dev. This is possible just by touch. Just one to time it is touching, and it is a miracle. Next, the artificial intelligence. Actually, I have done research work on this, and optimization technique. Artificial intelligence is one of the important features of optimization technique. Non-linear functions. But the non-linear functions, multiple non-linear functions, how to optimize? And actually, these optimization techniques, artificial intelligence-based optimization techniques, they are actually mimic the biological intelligence, like particle form optimization method, teaching learning, creel heart, whale, social spider monkey, human learning, elephant herding, whale, grasshopper, even COVID-19 herd immunity algorithm optimization technique has been developed. And one of the latest development is student psychology-based optimization. Here, the student psychology-based optimization algorithm works on the psychology of the student who are trying to obtain the highest marks and try to be the best student by the way of improving their performance in the examination. My question is, and now the coming days, artificial intelligence can generate disciple psychology optimization method. So that disciple psychology works on the psychology of disciples who are trying to obtain the highest spiritual capability and trying to be the best disciple by the way of improving their performance in the spiritual life. Artificial intelligence, this is the most important feature. This is the natural learning, neural network, and that is done actually biological neural. Actually, as per my knowledge, is that power of AI is basically generation of huge random number in a very, very short time. This is the power. Even I have tested by writing a program to solve a multivariable nonlinear function. And there I have found that any optimization technique, and if I can generate random number, then I can get the same result. The random numbers are interestingly, the random number generated by computer is pseudo-random number, not random number. That means if you are asked to say 1 give one number, say one number 1 to 10, you will say 6 or 7. But computer can say, give one random number 1 to 10, how it without consciousness. Now, the machine intelligence, what is machine intelligence? Machine intelligence actually change previous data. Previous data is collected by machine. Suppose you are asked to say 1,000 numbers. You say 1,000 numbers. Machine is trained. And then you will be asked to get that next number. The machine can predict this. Actually, machine intelligence actually predict the function. Ultimate objective is to predict the function. Whether this is machine intelligence, whether this is deep intelligence, more complicated functions only. My question is, will artificial neural network will be computing system inspired by the biological neural network that constitutes spiritual person? Actually, artificial intelligence mimics the biological neuron. The spiritual person, his neuron is something different, very, very, very fine. Its senses are very fine. Can artificial intelligence mimic this the person's neuron? Another, the most important and most highest summit of the spiritual intelligence is Avatar Tattva. This is very special in Indian spirituality. That is incarnation theory. Jada jada hi dharmasya glani bhavati bharata abhuthana mahatmasya tadatmanam shriyanam pritana sadhanam sambhavami bhagete. That Lord Krishna has said, he manifests himself again and again in all circumstances and categories and could destroy evil and foster good and strengthen the unit of supreme spirit. God actually, just like that outcome on one side, God is ascending. Ascend the ordinary soul, art, culture, civilization. That's why after doing that Buddha era has come. After some time, that we have been in a new form. After Chaitanya, there is something different. Ranjan has given an example that Chaitanya is coming down from the Supreme and the governor is uplifted. This spiritual intelligence, it has different hierarchies. It has spiritual intelligence is above intuitive intelligence, and it has even hierarchies. That is very nicely. There are in different spiritual practices, even in Advaita system, in any system, there are different things. Now, suppose by origin it is said mind, over mind, super mind. Consciousness, super consciousness. Achinta Bhagavad Tattva. Or in the Vaishnava philosophy, it is discussed by Chaitanya Devi with Sri Raya Ramananda. That Prabhu kahe paros lok sadhya nirnay, Raya kahe saharma charane Vishnu bhakti Raya. Prabhu kahe evo bhajya age kahe Raya kahe Krishna karma from sarva sadhya. In this it is going on. So world level, actual level, in the starting level, Vishnu Bhakti, then Krishna Paramatman, then Sadharma Tag, then Gyan Mishra Bhakti, Gyan Sunna Bhakti, Prema Bhakti, Dasa Prem, Sakta Prem, Vatsalya Prem, Kanta Prem, ultimately Radha Prem. My question is, can AI mimic all the intelligence? Can AI mimic and distinguish these different intelligence and consciousness levels?
Parthasarathi Bera. Hey, sound আসছে তো মাইকে?
So now the floor is open for question answers. Anybody wants to ask any questions?
So that you cannot infuse consciousness in robots, right? Can I inject my consciousness in you?
Actually, you are injecting your consciousness always to everybody. When you are talking to me, your consciousness, I have to understand something of you. This is the primary. And if you are spiritual person, in your single word can convert myself.
Same thing in the robot.
No. Robot cannot do this.
Panda. I heard what you said. And you saying, I'm speaking to you. If I didn't say a word, you wouldn't know what I was thinking. If I didn't put something in the robot, you wouldn't know either. So there is a level of consciousness, perhaps, when because if you make, as a scientist, if you make this kind of a statement, it looks like a belief. What I'm saying, at some level, I can inject my consciousness because I'm thinking about something in the robot, and robot will do it. I can try my best to improve in you my understanding of my parents and my culture, unless we spend years and years together, it wouldn't get there. So there is a level of this consciousness. I think you shouldn't deny consciousness, in my opinion, consciousness in anything. Everything is conscious because everything is created by whatever idea you get. Please.
Abhishek Panda.
In Bhagavad Gita, it is said, Satavam Lavate Jnanam. So when you concluded your presentation, referring to different kinds of prema, love, or Sattha, so how is it that this Sattha is invoked in a person, or because that is actually a kind of a beginning point of, or a starting point of this search for a spiritual intelligence?
Actually, I am trying to give the answer to the first question. Actually, Indian spirituality even number of birth. Actually, that is called Prakriti. Some students can understand it. Not all students can understand it. Experience. What experience? That is the difference. Another question is that think of the life transform life. Ruler transform ruler. And then next so actually, I want to give one example. In any principle, there is a circumambulation. Okay. What do this? Shraddha is required. Shraddha is not Shraddha. And if the Shraddha into it, actually, how I have knowledge. The soul, the worms, and what we are trying to achieve this. So we a lot of hard work to get Shraddha. Not a magic. Not magic. You have to do hard work, good service, and so on. Speak your person, a long and start, and the requirement, a conditional requirement.
I have a very simple question. I have a very simple question. There seems to be some kind of difference of opinion even within on the dais itself. I just want to draw your attention. Professor Balaram Singh has been talking about the consciousness in the robot. Professor Balaram Singh has been talking about consciousness within robot. Now, it seems, my impression is this, that according to you, there's no consciousness in the robot, right? And I would also subscribe to that view. There's no consciousness in the robot because it's a machine. Ultimately, it's a machine. It's an object which is created by human beings. So, yes, the personal relationship between the machine and the human being is, of course, there because it's the human beings who have created the machine, which is robot, right? So, but of course, human being has the consciousness. The person who has, or the team of people who have worked on this and who have created the robot, they have consciousness, but what they have created does not have any consciousness because I think yesterday, the whole day, we devoted on this particular issue. And we were almost in agreement that yes, robot does not have consciousness. But today we have brought this issue on the floor that robot has consciousness, as Professor Singh has talked about. So I think we would like to listen more on this because that's the significance of the whole argument. The whole purpose of the conference lies here, whether we agree with this or not. Do we treat robot as an object or do we treat robot as a human being? So unless we answer this question of natural intelligence and questions of AI will never be answered. So let us focus on one particular issue. And if this is actually yesterday we don't have the counter argument. Today we have a counter argument. We have somebody representing saying that robot person is a person, or at least it has a consciousness. And whether it's a person or not, I don't know if he would like to go ahead and say that it's a person. But yes, he is saying, and he emphatically asserted 2-3 times that the robot is conscious. So let us listen to this argument, for at least. That should be the focus. Thank you.
I really don't have that much difference. I just want to look at it. I said, Nasabiya Kuttam says, when it's nothing is started vibration, that's energy. That matter comes from there. So consciousness is started in that sense, from that point of view. That's all I'm saying. Now, if somebody says, well, we're not so different, well, let me tell you this. I'll say, please give all your atoms, and then I'd like to see how much human being remain. Because on that, the human beings are obviously very unique. Every human being is very unique. And I think there was a discussion earlier that we have our karma and other kind of thing that integrated. So we are very different. I don't have any problem. I said vibration. If you say, well, I don't care about vibration, I'll say vibration. I found there is, like I said, nothing common. The way you talk, they will never talk like you, they will never have that done. The way you walk, nobody has ever done. The you don't. I don't. You are. That level of see, there are every calculation in the largest planet. No diamond down in the diamond. Far different. There have to be costs. That's all I I will tell you. Yeah, please.
About injecting consciousness, actually, in Aristotle's logic system, the first system, the formal element which enters into the buildings, or in this case robots, there is a formal element there, which is that a scientist has thought something, what a robot should be, what a robot should be, and what its function should be. That is coming from the consciousness of the scientist only, who designed it. So in that sense, consciousness has been injected. If you see a piece of paper, but it's coming from consciousness. But when the consciousness is it becomes less matter. Like the sound is producing silence by its absence. But you cannot experiment with sound from silence. That is called petrified intelligence in Sheldon's language. So that we do it. But the other way around, the consciousness has its own intelligence. It has its own conditions. That we have a question.
Actually, yeah, I want to add some just to single. Actually, just physics book. That is known to you. I will not ever say to Einstein. But an insect is crossing this book. This is only book. Has it any meaning of the physics law? It's a simple food. This is to him. This is this insect. So consciousness is this question. Then here Einstein agreed this at this point. That an insect, you can think everybody is conscious. The level of consciousness is important. Human level of consciousness and consciousness and inanimate particle, its consciousness, there is hierarchy, level difference. The level difference you have to accept. That's why in Indian spirituality, one thing we say, Sabar upore manushyattva tahar upore nai. Manushyattva mukhattva mahapurusha samsaya. Man, your body created you and mind to realize. You have to conclude. So, thank you.
I extensively discussed about Einstein's dialogue yesterday. I think you were not present there. But God never says that even the object has consciousness. I have the problem there. No object has consciousness.
I agree.
With John study, then the spiritual science begins.
Yes.
This is not because this has no life. There's no sense. The five senses.
Why do you think a subject cannot make another subject an object? So then you have to explicitly mention that my object is defined that it cannot be subject.
I am talking of the object which has no sense at all and it is not.
You have to explicitly mention when you say the object. I can make as a subject another any individual also an object.
Subject here is made by C. So it becomes something. It's not talking to that. These
You have a restricted
understanding of object, that has to be specified. When you say object, where we understand a subject when it is conscious. So what you are conscious of, that is the object for us. So I can be conscious of another subject also. So you have to explicitly mention that my object is that object which has no consciousness.
Anything which has no life, you understand that?
That is a limited understanding of object. How? I am not ascribing. I am saying, can a subject cannot make another subject or object? Can
I'm speaking this here, right? Would you say that I'm speaking vague? Yes. You yourself that talked about it.
I am not talking that. I am not talking that.
You talked yourself yesterday, speaking hearing and knowing.
Yes, yes, yes.
You talked about it. None of this properties are.
Correct. I agree with that.
So then it's.
I am not talking about that. You are saying that it has a feeling or not. I am not talking about that.
Actually, I am telling you that the experiment of Jagadish Chandra Bose on the plant consciousness. What do you think about the experiment of Jagadish Chandra Bose?
Why should it know that I in the ancient time?
Professor Chopra, I am asking, can you not make another student as object of your study? You can make. Then that student can feel. You can make a table as an object of your study. You can make a student also object of your study. So student can have well-being, but chair cannot have. What is that?
Any person can. We're talking about the person.
Yes.
Talking about something, the material, there's no consciousness, there's no consciousness.
That is what I'm saying. When you say that, I don't understanding. You have to say that your object is restricted object. You have to say that.
That an object, so-called little object, has absolutely no relation to a conscious soul. That is called daily. That happens at quantum level. But we are dealing here with a very dimensional object. So here the limit of considered object. What you really mean by your definition is naive realistic object. Naive, an object may realistic. But is that really the definition of an object? Philosophically.
But when we have nothing, no dialogue. Cannot dialogue.
That's also dialogue also. That's also dialogue. If we cannot
We can start this conversation. So next stop, we can have a discussion on this after the this session. So I would like Dr. Sumangala and see our presentation online. Dr. Sumangala is a scientist at IIT-Roorkee, and she is also part of the institute. She joined the Saraswat Institute, and I'm invited to share her presentation. Okay. See. You have to unmute. The sound is coming from there. You have to unmute yourself. You are muted. Yeah.
Yes. First of all, I wish to offer my humble prayers at the lotus feet of my divine masters.
Can you share your presentation?
Yes. Mukam karoti vachalam pangum langayate kirim yat kripatamaham bande Shri Gurudina Taranam. My humble Dandavat Pranam to the visionary chairman and organizer of the conference, Dr. Bhakti Madhavapuri Maharaj, Dr. Bhakti Nishkama Shanta Maharaj, and Dr. Bhakti Vignan Muni Maharaj. And I also like to thanks to the session chair. And I am trying to humbly serve the order of my divine master. And the title of my talk, you can see, Artificial Intelligence versus Natural Intelligence, a System Approach. As we heard since yesterday, various beautiful talks regarding artificial intelligence and natural intelligence. And now I am just trying to add some understanding of mine regarding artificial intelligence and natural intelligence. Artificial intelligence has come a long way from being a component of science fiction to reality. Today, we have a host of intelligence machines like self-driving cars, smart virtual assistants, chatbots, and surgical robots, to name a few. Since AI becomes a mainstream technology in present industry and a part of the common man's daily life, and it has sparked a debate, artificial intelligence versus natural intelligence. While artificial intelligence seeks to design and create intelligent machines that can perform human-like tasks, one cannot help but think, is artificial intelligence sufficient in itself? Perhaps the biggest fear is that AI will replace human and outsmart them in a few years. However, it is not entirely true. Although AI is highly advanced now, that machine can learn from experience and make smart decisions. Artificial intelligence cannot function optimally without relying on human attributes like human intuition. Now let us dig deeper into the artificial intelligence versus natural intelligence debate to understand their peculiarities and relationship. Artificial intelligence is a branch of data science that focuses on building smart machines capable of performing a wide range of tasks that usually require human intelligence and cognition. These intelligent machines are imbued with learning from experiences and historical data, analyzing their surroundings, environments, and performing befitting actions. Actually, what is natural intelligence? Natural intelligence refers to human intellectual capability of human that allows us to think, learn from different experiences, understand complex concepts, apply logic and reason, solve mathematical problems, recognize patterns, make inferences and decisions, and retain information and communicates with fellow human beings. This is the characteristics of some natural intelligence. What makes natural intelligence unique is that it is backed by abstract emotions like self-awareness, passion, motivation that enable humans to accomplish complex cognitive tasks. Natural intelligence is not just constricted to a particular pattern, but can be changed depending upon the problems that arises with it. It can change substantially with the crux of situations. Here we see, as our theme of our this conference, can computer become conscious? Can robot think and feel like human being? To follow this debate, we should understand, first of all, as to understand anything, Aristotle gives 4 causes, the answer of why question, right? That when we want to know a particular thing, that we have to understand what is that particular thing is made up of, like material cause, and what is the shape of that particular thing, like formal cause, and efficient cause mean who is the creator and developer, and final cause, what is the purpose of that particular object and the particular things. In this case, in the AI, material cause is is a certain kind of metallics or some wire programming like to do some intelligent task. And formal cause in the case of the artificial system or artificial intelligence is it may be some mobile device or some computer, laptop, or some machine like robot. And it can look like human being and try to mimic the behavior of human intelligence, but it is not exactly the same as human intelligence. In this, there is a video, a small video. You can see, you can watch it.
You have to stop sharing this PowerPoint and you share the video. Can you hear us, Dr. Sumangala? Can you hear us?
Yes.
Yes, we can only see PowerPoint.
I am not able to hear. Okay, I am pausing it.
And share the video. You have to stop sharing the PowerPoint and share the video. You have to unshare it. Stop the screen share.
Yes. Okay. In this video, we watch that robot, like her name is Sophia. She's trying to mimic the human behavior, but it is not possible that she can. The computer scientist cannot insert the cognition in that particular or in any machine and in any robot. And because they are thinking, computer scientists are only focusing about the material cause and the formal cause, that they get confused that, okay, we can also prepare a human-like, human-like robot to just like artificial intelligence can. They think that artificial intelligence also can be converted into the natural intelligence, like natural intelligence behave like artificial intelligence. But they are ignoring that which we have seen in this video, that it is made up of some matter, right? And matter without soul is without soul or without life is artificial or is just our matter, right? In our Vedantic scripture, like in Srimad Bhagavad Gita, it is given that when matter is matter based with some again some inferior material, like inferior matter, it is only is artificial machine. But when matter is with some superior energy, that it is act like a natural intelligence or natural or biological system. But in the case of this artificial intelligence, computer scientists are exploiting the capacity, because they think that they can control over matter in limited way. But they think that they can control over matter, then they can also control over some superior energy. Material energy is inferior, but superior. They also trying to control superior energy, and they are assuming that they can be successful in preparing a conscious robot, like. In Srimad Bhagavad Gita, it is also given that some working senses are working. The dull matter is senses are higher than the dull matter, and the mind is higher than the senses, and intelligence is higher than the senses. And there is something which is beyond the intelligent or higher than the intelligent, is soul or soul. And that part is ignoring by the computer scientists. They are thinking that we understand intelligence and we can artificially can make a robot conscious. In this, there is some small video also.
So that's here. Can you hear us? Hello? Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes.
Can you hear us? Can you hear?
Could not hear proper sound. In this video, we can see there is a natural intelligence. A bird mother is feeding their children.
Can you hear us?
Yes, now I can hear.
From here. Huh? You have to speak from here for her to hear.
Yes, this you can watch this video. That there is a mother bird which is feeding to her baby birds. It is not. It cannot be artificially programmed.
Yeah.
I'm asking,
Yes.
we are not seeing your videos.
Oh, okay. Okay.
You have to unshare the PowerPoint and share the video.
Okay. Okay. You have not seen the watch the first video also? Okay.
No, we not
see any videos.
Okay. Can you see now?
Yes.
Can you see it now?
Yes, yes.
You can see.
Yes. Okay.
The sound
If not coming, you have to share the sound.
the
Share sound option is there.
there is
Sound option is there. Video comes in the June.
Yes. In this video, you have seen that a robot named Sophia is mimicking the behavior of human being. By following this idea, computer scientists think that they have some control over to prepare some artificial machine or artificial robot they follow the material cause and the formal cause. They prepare a form of human being, and now they are thinking that they can be successful in inserting the consciousness in that robot. But in our Vedantic actually perspective, it is given that that particular artificial machine or any kind of robot or machine kind of things are made up of matter, just of matter, and it is without a life things. In Bhagavad Gita, it is given that matter without life is artificial thing or only a matter, but matter with a life or the superior energy is life. Okay, but in computer scientists are exploiting their capacity, their power to understand the material things, and they are thinking that they can be successful in preparing some natural artificial intelligence, just like a natural being or human being. In this, we have already discussed that they are reached the level of intelligence, but above intelligence, they are unable to understand what is working behind the natural intelligence, or what is what is the source of that intelligence. They are not thinking about it. That's why they are confusing and they are in illusion. This slide shows that what is matter. Matter is mechanics part, and with some parts, some mechanism, a machine can be developed. But in the case of life, there are matter, but it is with some superior energy that helps to that particular organism to grow, to respond, to reproduce, and the cellular mechanism and heredity, homeostasis, and metabolism. Now, in this slide, we can see a person is driving a car. Car is made up of matter, but who is driving? A person. A matter plus superior energy. A material energy plus superior energy is driving, but a material energy is not able to drive itself. It can be that particular car has some artificial intelligence, but without the help of that natural intelligence person, it never works. As we can, for example, if a driver hits someone, if it is someone, who will be the responsible? That car or that driver? Okay. And this he's a Arvind Schrödinger. He's a physicist and Nobel Prize winner. He has also mentioned in his one of book that life required some extraordinary laws to explain. It is not. It cannot actually. He felt that physical and chemical law cannot explain a biological system, a natural system. That's why he wrote that life required some extraordinary law to explain. In this slide, we see that we want to know what is the ontological distinction between the mechanical system and biological or natural system. Why a biological system can develop without any external help, and why a mechanical system or artificial needs some external help? Why? Because in mechanics, parts are mechanics view, a system has separable parts, independent parts that are fully understandable outside their connection within the system. In this there are some big photos in which we can see a computer set. We can the computer set, if you use UPS, CPU, monitor, they separately they can be understood. Okay, and again they can assemble and work. And in this car, we can some person can separate wheel, engine, car, seats, and can be also understand without destroying the actual functioning. When we assemble the machine again, then it can again work. But in the case of biological system, if we will try to separate to separate the eye or to separate the hand to study, to separate the legs, and we just like a reductionistic approach, and we study particular organs, that we cannot understand that leg belongs to whom. We have to study the biological system as a whole. Right? This is the distinction between the mechanical system and biological or natural system. In this slide, we can see that a seed, a zygote, has all the information of a fully developed organism. And it has all the information. There are nothing externally supplied, any information to that particular zygote, that when you have to disintegrate, or when you have to produce the arms, when you have to produce the eyes, when you have to produce the all other organs. All the information is within that zygote. And similarly, in the case of a plant, all the information is within the seed. That seed, what type of tree, the seed, a particular seed of particular type of tree has all the information. It is called the internal teleology. The natural system or biological system follow the internal teleology. All information, it is also given by the Kant and Aristotle, that the living system is follow the teleological, goal-oriented information. They don't need any kind of external information or external support to develop in their fully developed organism. He is a scientist, American medical doctor. He also felt that we don't when a reductionistic approach, we try to study something, some like biological success system, that he felt that we know many of the part and many of the process, but what makes a cell alive is still not clear to us. He said that center is still mysterious. And while we study that the seed has all the information, because it has some internal teleology. Now in this slide we see that how artificial system can be prepared. It is within the mind of the computer scientist or some mechanical or some engineer, that what kind of system he want to prepare and what is the purpose of to prepare that particular type of machine or robot. That's why it is called external teleology, because that being artificial machine or robot, an artificial intelligence follow the intelligence of that particular person or that particular computer scientist or engineer or mechanics. Sorry. So Ernest Mayr, he is a biologist. He also felt that it is a little difficult to understand why machine concept of organism has long-lasting popularity. He said, after all, no machine has ever built itself, replicate itself, programmed itself, or being able to procure its energy. And Jim Shapiro also felt and he did a rigorous and can see wonderful research in the field of molecular biology and biochemistry. He also mentioned that we should think the system approach or holistic approach to understand the living system. In our Vedantic perspective, I have taken this from one of the article of Srila Bhakti Nishkama Shanta Maharaj, that life is understood as a cognitive or sentient principle. Sentience cannot be manufactured artificially. As we see in previous slides, that computer scientists try to prepare or try to make as artificial intelligent person, and trying to insert some program or simulation to act like a human being. But in this, it is mentioned that a sentient cannot be manufactured artificially by any novel mechanical and chemical arrangement of dead atoms and molecules. In the ancient Eastern philosophy based on Vedantic Bhagavad paradigm, it is mentioned in the invocation of Sri Ishopanishad that the concept of organic holism. Om Purnamadaha Purnamidam Purnat Purnam Udechyate Purnasya Purnam Adaye Purnam Eva Vashishyate. The organic whole produces organic wholes. Like we see that a seed has all the information, it produces again a tree, and tree again gives the seeds. Like in the case of living organism, it is also from the zygote, or we find another mean of we can see we can say that a baby mother produce a baby like completely. It's so known as organic whole. The organic whole cannot arise from parts, has to be and have to be assembled. Mean organic whole cannot be assembled. Like we have seen in the previous slide that there are some parts of machine mechanics, and that if we assemble that all the parts of machine in a particular system, it can be work. But if we cut the organs of particular organism or particular human being or particular some biological system, and if we want to try to reassemble them, it is not possible. That organic whole or that entity will be totally destroyed or will be dead. A similar conclusion was given by Rudolf Virchow, that he also, the scientist, he also has done some experiment that that a life or a living things only can be arises from a living things and not from the any matter, dead matter. In this slide, we see that James Shapiro, he has worked on the molecular biology, and he also mentioned in one of his article, bacteria are small but not stupid. He want to show that what to say on the level of human intelligence. Even a bacteria, a small bacteria, has the intelligence to do some. We can see unexpectable task within it. As he also and also at the cellular level, he analyzed that metabolism, regulation of protein synthesis, and DNA repair establish that bacteria continually their external and internal environment and compute functional output based on information provided by their sensory apparatus. In this, there is a small video we can see.
We are not hearing the sound, but it's okay, I think.
Okay. this slide, in this video, we see that how DNA, when it got damaged, it repair itself.
In the slide.
Yes. This also show, can you see now? Yes.
Make it
Yeah. We can see in that video that how DNA damage response. If there is some damage like due to cancer or cancerous cells, that DNA respond and repair itself. This is even at the level of bacterial intelligence. Now, Dr. Barbara McClintock also studied about the cells, and she could convince the whole biological world against her critics that gene can be altered by the cell, not just by mutation, but by the cell's own capacity to respond and take corrective action. For this great work, she got the Nobel Prize in Biology. There's also one more video, but I think it is not, sound is not there, that's why I will not play. They show that inner life of cell, how cells repair and how cells act, that generate energy to do all the tasks inside. This is only possible with the natural intelligence. It is not possible with the artificial intelligence, because artificial intelligence is programmed externally, while natural intelligence already has all information. It is in the natural intelligence case, there's no need to program anything or send any information. We see in computer system, it is as we have already mentioned it. Now there is some processes like cell determination, cell formation, cell preservation, cell production. These are all processes can be done by natural intelligence without any external information. And in this slide, complex brain, we can see the complexity of a brain. Some neuroscientists has compared the brain in terms is a natural computer composed of 10 to 100 billion of neurons, each of which connect to about 10,000 others, all of which function in parallel. Neural system takes about 100 processing steps to perform complex tasks of vision or speech. See how it is possible to copy or to mimic that complexity of the natural brain. Now we see in this slide that the artificial system, how that maintain itself. Artificial system, to maintain the artificial system, we need external help, we need external power supply or whatever, we need some external energy. But in the case of the natural intelligence, we see that Arvind Schrödinger also, he wrote in his monograph, What is Life, that how does the living organism avoid decay, how they preserve themselves or how they protect themselves from the law of thermodynamics, like against the environment. And answer, he gave also answer by eating, drinking, breathing, assimilating. The technical term is metabolism. Natural system maintain itself with the help of the metabolic process. But in the case of artificial system or artificial intelligence, it has no inner intelligence to protect, to maintain itself. It needs always the help of some natural intelligence person. Now, how it is? Yes.
We have 5 more minutes to conclude.
Okay. This is the process by which the human or living beings maintain itself. This is the cell thermodynamics. The most fundamental property of living cell system it is the ability to utilize and transform energy involving thousands of individual and enzymes, catalyze chemical reactions, and in order to maintain its integrity, gain and loss of energy must be balanced by some controlled flow. Cell metabolism consists of thousands of individual chemical and enzyme catalyst chemical reaction. These chemical reaction in living organism occurs characteristically organized in sequence called metabolic pathway. In this slide, we can see the free will. This is also a distinguished characteristics of the natural system, natural intelligence, and any computer system cannot think. This is the only we can say this is the only main characteristics or which cannot be inserted or inbuilt in the artificial system. Because free will is ability to create options and to choose between them without an external agent or fate or any divine will. If people can make any decision they desire, then there is a free will. If humans are only capable of following the set of patterns of behavior, then how we can say that it is a free will. This is just if they are follow some set of patterns to do some task, then that is not a free will. This is the will of that particular person who is guiding them. Now we have already seen that we cannot compute and in any artificial system like a conscious feeling like love, hate, happy moment, disappointment, depression, and enthusiasm, etc. Yes, why? Because we see with the help of Vedic literature or Vedic perspective that why we cannot we cannot compute the consciousness in a robot, because the consciousness is the inferential proof of existence of the soul. And when there is no soul, then how the consciousness can be inserted or can be computed? It is given in reference from Srimad Bhagavad Gita, 13th chapter, 34th shlok, that like sun alone illuminates the universe, all this universe, so does the living entity one within the body illuminates the entire body consciousness. In my conclusion, I want to conclude that if modern science want to seriously learn to understand the supreme energy without which it is not possible to come out from that illusion that a robot can be conscious and artificial intelligence can mimic the natural intelligence, he has to understand. Thank you. I concluded. This is acknowledgement. Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Sumangala. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear.
Thank you very much for your nice presentation on difference that you have highlighted between artificial and natural intelligence. Now it's time for our audience. If there are any questions from online participants present. Is there any questions? Yes, Dr. Alex.
Good afternoon here.
Good afternoon, sir.
Can you speak to the mic?
There is a theorem that it's partly due to J.R. Lucas, the famous philosopher at Oxford. We can only add information to robots so that they can take one more kind of decision. You have to feed them the facts so that they take note of one thing at a time. You can't teach them in such a way that they will be able to take a large class of decisions based on intellectual thinking. This is a rough paraphrase of what J.R. Lucas wrote about as a result of his comments on Gödel's theorem in metamathematics.
Okay.
Only teach a robot to do one thing at a time, and they have to be taught one thing at a time.
But this is, I think, this is a comparison.
Here?
But Alex has said that
Its voice is breaking, not coming properly.
Here?
Can you hear us?
Yes, yes, but it is in some disturbances there. It's not properly coming. No sound.
Dr. Alex is saying that you can teach the computer only one thing at a time.
Yes. Yes, right.
Yes. So, can you hear?
What Balaram Singh is saying?
Yes,
You can write an algorithm where you can have thousands things being fed to the computer. But also for a child, when the child is born, you teach one thing at a time. So there is parallel. Why are they so built that computer has some problem? Because the computer is created by us. So it is concern. If computer is, so we can still computers.
there is no problem with computer or any artificial system. If it is, I mean, we use that particular machine or artificial system within some, guided codes or regulations, then it is very helpful for us. But if we think that it can overcome the natural, entities, or we can replace the natural things, then it is problem. Because
okay, please go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, because natural system, we cannot understand actually through the modern science. We have to understand the Vedic science also, then that will be the complete knowledge. Modern knowledge alone cannot solve all problems. And Vedic science can solve all problems. But if we will study in the language, or in the with the help of the modern science or its law, then it can be very much helpful for us to understand the whole picture or whole things. And Vedic science is essential with the modern science.
Make that robots somehow cannot have the fundamental sense of the way organisms or humans or others have. Like babies and the society and these things, they don't have anyway. So intelligence that is needed at the level of behaviors that we see in the smallest organism like bacterium, the colony, they have a group identity, individual identity. They can commit suicide for the interest of the colony. So some things have been repeated on the social behaviors of the smallest tiny organism. Bacteria is small but not stupid. So I think that makes a big difference. And of course, we cannot compare the level of cellular intelligence that we have seen in biological organisms There is no way closer that we can ever imitate that.
Yeah, I think I agree with that. I'm just trying to say, I agree, absolutely agree. But there are examples in the material science that, for example, there is a protein called prion. Prion is a protein which, when it touches the protein, it's protein. So it's like that. It's present itself. There are examples where this happens. There are examples we do not see it by this, but there is always catabolism. There is something called autophagy. I mean, our whole corona problem is autophagy problem. Because corona just triggers the cells to respond and they want to kill themselves because they do not want the thing to spread. So I really see that, I don't know why we are bent upon making this thing so that the robot is the problem. We have created robot. There is biomimetics, and we see Professor. So there is biomimetics, but it is all learned from biological system. Nothing. In parallel processing, our right brain is a parallel processing system. Our left brain is serial processing system. So in terms of programming, so we have learned from nature, obviously. Everything comes from nature. And it is still controlled by nature. I asked the question about such the course of minerals and genomes yeah, but you remember what my introduction is either. You have met me so many times, but you say, well, I don't know biographical. So if you get to the computer will find out that whole thing.
Some theory. So you can locate exactly where in the computer certain information is stored, but in the organism you cannot locate that. Well, you cannot precisely edit the information. Your information of yesterday, what you have eaten, that information cannot be edited without affecting all other things.
Yeah, well, I mean, I have different opinion. There are certain nodes, if I can cut that, then all the information is gone. That's just my way of looking at it. The same way you can do for the computer.
I'm saying what scientists are studying these neurons and biological and artificial neurons. What is the difficulty they are finding is that the information is integrated in biological systems and discrete in computers.
Absolutely agree. And then you know that when I was talking about it, it's like taken 4 billion years for biological system to come out. I mean, artificially we really are very limited. I absolutely agree.
We are not seeing the machines are evolving the way evolution theory has been explained. The computers that we have seen for the last few decades has changed a lot, but not by themselves, by human requirement, and as you was talking about external ideology by the designer, by computers not changed by accidents.
My view, the whole thing is that we are evolved system. I try to show that from Nasadya Suttam, the vibration still continues in us. And we are product of the whole system for billions and billions of years. The computer that we are comparing is like a baby, doesn't know anything. And
nice that we had very nice discussion. Thank you, Dr. Sumangala. Is there one last question? Anybody have? Okay.
She wanted to say something.
Yes. Dr. wants to say something.
Professor Balaram, you are comparing that computer is a baby, computer science is a baby, and we are product of millions of years. I think even we don't need to go for this comparison because the very nature of the mechanism, natural causal mechanism operating inside natural human intelligence, we humans, and in a computer, that's very different. By something called qualia. When I understand a word uttered by someone, it is having qualia. When I perceive something, it is having qualia. And in my talk yesterday, I also highlighted that our sense making is in a process. It's not a rigid thing. It's when we are processing information in that process also, which we call as noises in phenomenological terms. So In the very noises itself, our meaning changes sometimes. So the very causal mechanism is very different by which a computer runs and by which we humans run. So this thing needs to be understood, first of all. There is no comparison between these two. Only in functional terms, since computer work well, we are under this illusion, or we get seduced by this idea that computers are also having something akin to human intelligence. It's not. It's only functioning well. It's only copying in behavioristic terms. The output behavioristic terms, in that terms only, it seems to be intelligent. Just like an AC or a refrigerator, we call them intelligent, but they are just following a simple physics rule. Some feedback system is there, and then AC stops working after a point. It's not having any intelligence. So that's not. Yeah, that's all.
Mr. Chopra, for your comments. So, you so, at the end, for all the conversation that we had on your talk, difficult.
So we thank you for your nice presentation and nice conversation that we had after your talk. Do you have anything else to say before we conclude?
So just I want to just to say with the computer scientists, that if they want to clear their illusion, that they can prepare a machine just like a human being or human intelligence, and with some consciousness and cognitive properties or cognitive behavior. They must understand the ontological distinction, difference, and the what is the source behind the natural intelligence. They must understand. Then they can overcome with that illusion only. Thanks. Thank you. Haraj.
Thank you. Hello. So we are getting delayed in this session. We started late. So now we have a talk, interesting talk from Sri Abhishek Yadav and Ranjan Panda, who is a student of Professor Ranjan Panda. Mr. Abhishek Yadav is a research scholar at the Department of Humanities at IIT-Mumbai. His research areas include philosophy of mind, philosophy of language. So, welcome to deliver this talk. How could you change this view?
Good afternoon. First of all, I would like to thank Shri Chaitanya Saraswat Institute and Shri Bhakti Shabda Maharaj for this opportunity. And this paper, Supervisor Professor Ranjan Panda, and I will read some major parts of the paper. So, in this paper, what we are arguing a philosopher, and in his recent writings, he argues he has been defending a strong artificial intelligence and the possibility of a strong artificial intelligence, and on the issue of ethical and legal implications of such a strong artificial intelligence. In one of his recent articles, he addressed that issue as, if we treat these systems or these strong AI systems as merely intelligent tools, so then we don't have to worry about these ethical legal implications. And in this paper, we argue that this approach of treating them as mere tools does not solve the problems, but just it's an ad hoc brushing aside of the problems. So, and we try to show that this makes his whole position inconsistent.
Artificial intelligence invokes sundry images in different individuals. Some are constructed of the technology that we use on their devices, like smartphones and computers, and some are devices like Alexa or Siri. Some others might have their imagination coming from popular culture and think that's doing like Margaret or Sophia and the others. These artificial systems are made to look like us. So it's a if we are to define artificial intelligence, said that when you work intelligence is instilled in the system artificially or any process, system an artificial intelligence system. It is a process approach. So in the master plan,
there is someone who laid out a certain goal and instilled that intelligence. On the other hand, that natural intelligence is a bottom-up approach where there is no end product in sight. So, as it has been generally accepted, or as it is generally accepted, that natural intelligence is a result of a long blind process of evolution by natural selection, where there is no desirable goal to be achieved.
It's a approach. So, favors the possibility and strong that consciousness and intentionality are subjective features. So we argue that, as I said, conscious courage. It's a 2019 paper. So this suggestion claims because any system as a tool, it takes away the agency from that system, no matter how intelligent it is. And we argue that to resolve the ethical and legal implications of a stronger AI, we must first acknowledge AI in its present form. That is, it is of course being used by us as a tool, but when we talk about a strong AI and the implications related to that, we must account for the agency. So we do not need to wait for an AGI or artificial general intelligence to be developed or a strong AI to be developed or about its possibility, because its possibility is a debate in its own right, for us to understand the ill impacts that AI can have. So the very idea research and discovery and and we can find for example, storytelling machine can so that can run the storytelling. So since an aspiration to have certain things for us, have a powerful nature. That allows us to expand the technology. Allows us to existing option sanctions amplifier.
systems, and that is how the technology expands. This expansion is natural. Technology is after so, suggestion of machine that can be machine. Systems and reality, and we have that systems are present and in every lives. One started for the last few weeks and other lives and have contributed to the system while the story of the design how systems interact in society is something that we reflect on the understanding of the mission of artificial intelligence. I would like so it's very interesting.
Came out with this proposal, Norbert Wiener, in his 1948 book Cybernetics, in which he was talking about automatic self-regulating controls. So he was talking about the automatic systems. And in the discussion about these systems, Wiener did not include any reference to cognitive elements like intelligence, mind, etc. Brockman, in the same book where Dennett article came out, notes that all the efforts that pioneers made of AI were attempts to develop sophisticated automation.
All later on started that something.
So when cybernetics had caught on, there would have been much more clarity on the discussion about automatic systems as opposed to intelligent systems. Now, this background provides us with an interesting insight that what we are calling intelligent tools could have also been known as nothing but automatic or automated tools. This also gives us an insight that these attempts to make machines look like us, that humanoid robots, is due to this need, as it's the comparison or it's more of our anthropocentric attitude. Now, there are two kinds of objections that have been raised against AI. One is about the possibility of a strong AI, or what is also known as artificial general intelligence, or what people call a conscious AI. And the second objection has been against the ill impacts or the impacts that such a strong AI, if actualized, may have. Now, there is a different version of this second objection, where issues are raised about the ill impacts of AI systems in their present form, not as it may turn out to be. Now, these problems are broadly categorized as the value, as I said, value alignment problems or goal alignment problems. The gist of the problem is whether once these systems develop to a level generally intelligent, will they share the goals or values that human beings have? Now, in this long-run debate about AI and NI, artificial intelligence and natural intelligence, as we see that many of these issues are philosophically significant, and we have so much discussion about it since yesterday. It's about the intentionality of artificial intelligence, whether they have original intentionality or they have derived intentionality. So Searle is one of the famous proponents where he talks about that these are human attitude. So they have that as if intentionality, or the intentional human attitude is real and irreducible to the functions of an artificial system. So it does give a space for the discourse of AI systems by distinguishing them between weak AI and strong AI. So, but for philosophers like Dennett, real intelligence is not specific to us, but can be substituted and replaced by AI. Because for consciousness, these are substituted to process. And the second issue is that and I, whether we issues of that. This is so when we as do something, we are responsible for our actions. And in the same light, or in the same notion of humanity and our system of governance or system of social systems, can we have systems? If AI systems commit any wrong action, how do we have a punishment system for that? Or how do we have any system for accountability for actions? This question might be to ask, but what is most pressing and urgent to seek a response to the notion of transparency, fairness, and privacy associated with the function of the AI system. Largely, these concepts have significance as AI systems are heavy. We can see that in banking sector, of exam papers starting. Same times, AI systems are also in operation of industry, financial institutions, governance. Now, how do we respond to the questions if there is discrimination, lack of explanation, or ideal algorithmic explanation, or errors in algorithmic system auditing? In this regard, these challenges, which I have been calling as ethical legal challenges, they become significant. So even if the question becomes pertinent that even if a strong AI is not a reality now, these challenges show how AI systems operations are substantially a part of our life and how we need to have a serious discussion and debate about if it becomes a possibility, how are we going to account for that? So before going on to our objection to a specific objection to Dennett, I would also like to mention in brief that that we have talked about Turing test, and that is often proposed as whether a machine can think or can machines think or can be conscious. So and we have argued in this paper that when a machine passes a Turing test, it has just shown to be able to imitate the human intelligence, or it has just shown that it can imitate a natural intelligence. So if an AI is ever developed such that it can be at par with an eye, then it unfolds the problem of a struggle between AI and an eye if their goals are not aligned. Despite being a strong critique of the limitations of the possibilities of strong systems, they propose that the best solution to the value problem of AI with an eye is that we treat AI as intelligent forms. So, according to the rationale behind such a proposal is that AI will never have the same vulnerabilities as we do, and with that, but in not recognizing that we are not colors. It is dangerous according to because such artificial design machines can be as autonomous and self-leading as an individual. However, they will never show the same vulnerabilities. So far, when it is properly and they can be as autonomous, although we are not in agreement with the point that they can be, we do not take any position in this paper that whether they can be as autonomous as any individuals, but we do agree with the second part that they would never share the same vulnerability or our morality. The reason they cannot share our vulnerability is that the concept of punishment would never apply to them, because they cannot be locked up without software of vendorless being installed in them without their knowledge, which is another possible task given that
the system compiling software in it. So the concept of can apply to data and design and software. So this digital transmission of data for all such robots are the so the solution to this is that we should not be conscious humanoid agents, but new entities that have no conscience, no logic, no personality, etc. But at the same time, he also argues for the possibility that an AI system can be as autonomous as a human being. A further point that if we treat them as intelligent tools, then the ultimate agency always will rest with the user, as with that has been the case with any tool used throughout the human history. One can further point out this treating them as mere tools changes the discourse of the debate between artificial intelligence and non-artificial and natural intelligence. It's because we have used the tools, we have used different kinds of tools throughout history, and not all such tools have been as useful as the human beings using them. Human beings have defined the usefulness of those tools. So a system with two components, that is like if I'm operating with a hammer, it has two components, one a tool, a hammer, and the agent who is holding the hammer. The whole system can be said intelligent, but this is not because the tool itself is intelligent. So what I was saying that if we treat AI as mere tools, it changes the discourse not because AI has reached a par with natural intelligence, but because there can be nothing that can be artificially intelligent, independent of natural intelligence. And I'm talking about this in a very specific sense because it is very important to keep in mind that when we look at the ethical and legal implications of an intelligence or system, the agency, the factor of agency is the most important part there. So this makes Dennett's position inconsistent because a tool dependent on the intelligence of its user cannot be classified as far as ethical implications are concerned. This makes Dennett's position inconsistent, and we propose inconsistency by when we first recognize that AI is no longer as we said that we are using different capacities. So first we need to address or accept that we have a dependence, it's a product that we have used, and it has far more engagement with us than when we talk about ethical legal implication, then we address. So the implications, may they be good or bad, cannot be shrugged off by changing the labels and calling them or treating them as tools. We need to have a serious discussion whether or not artificial general intelligence can be developed. We need to have this discussion and we need to have the questions. As I have said, Dennett considers intelligence and consciousness as substrate, and we substrate into any system in our systems. This is in contrast to such biological naturalism. We are discussing some of the talks that he takes into biological system. And that is the kind of this particular and this serves this is foundation for this already that is human machine integration of a mechanical constituent device has been consistently growing with the advent of this mechanistic to show that these are not exceptions that would die with the help of the so everyday part of our lives, it does things for us that would otherwise be too cumbersome for us to do, as Professor Jagannathan was talking about it yesterday, that we would not
want to walk from here to Kolkata if we have the option to take a helicopter. Moreover, therefore, it's no longer a mere tool. As discussed, the tool requires an active user. And when we categorize artificial intelligence, when we are calling it intelligent, at the same time we are calling it mere tool, the word of goal alignment problem, we are
so value aligning problems we need to also the prospects of a strong AI. The concerns raised cannot be shrouded up from achieving the labels and to say that we changed the sorts and started calling the mistakes. Mistakes must have if not handled properly. Thank you. And yes, questions also conscious being subject, right? So do you think that some subject I'm saying just by calling we give ourselves a we by discussing the problems that we related to legal and ethical concerns. So I'm just saying that as so we can system and natural system and solve the problems that in the future turns out to be conscious AI or artificial general intelligence. His solution is to just treat them as tools. So it's like it's a very so we developed this paper because this is not a solution. Irrespective of the prospect of AI, whether it can be or cannot be, we need to address because we are already using this in so many different fields that we need to have a serious discussion and debate. As a philosophy student, we need to fix the yes. Sometimes like was given in Kolkata, using the consensus that we have to use all those things. But the sisters of spaces and which is very conscious you're talking about. We see the purpose. Yes, some cases there is what I can say, like we see it, but I cannot be conscious. Are we are conscious like office? I was not clear. My point is this only. That such a system we have. So my point comes back to this only that any such system ever develops, we will choose the rules and values as we have, which beneficial or start a struggle with us.
So my point is not to worry about whether we understand our things, if it ever happens. And to have them, we need to have those discussions and debates. I think,
No, I see there are two things. We're mixing it up. One is whether philosophers are worried about the kind of violence which is happening to other beings. Yes, they are worried about it. And there has been some discussion on that. See, there has been a discussion on that about rights and the concept of there are books written on philosophy of food. So the point is, this forum is not engaging a philosopher to talk about animals. We are here to talk about an artificial system and then what a kind of a theoretical consequence. So that is, I think, the basic issue which
it's all the biological entities because we're talking about literally intelligence. So I use what contact natural intelligence with artificial intelligence. So artificial intelligence, natural intelligence ethics will come actually there. So that in society. And we solve the problem in act. And we're talking about solve the problem in the way. So we're just simply some. That is the thing that which plants will be on. So it's in the space that life is originating. So some emotion about them. This problem is solutions. The example. So my point was not to worry about it's about our problems only. So if we reach there, we also need to think side of us reaching on the we also need to start talking on the market. Thank you very much for your nice presentations, and it is a recent work on intelligent tools and artificial intelligence from philosophical perspective. My question is very much related to Dennett's experiments on inclusion form. Regarding intelligent tools, we can do many kind of activities and how we react to these experiments on inclusion form. What are the philosophical arguments to that actually come? As substrate neutral. So one of the connection terms to show what he calls a passage to the future. So in that experiment, he talks about somewhere in the world, and he wants to see how this will be. So he has
the best engineers on the planet, best scientists on the planet, and he asked them, asked all of them to make a robot where he can be carried to, or his life can be sustained for another 300 years. So those engineers and those scientists, they start making that robot, and they start taking care of the contingencies that robot might have to face in the next 300 years. So there might be floods, so that robot should be mobile, that robot will need energy, so it should be able to recharge itself, or is able to find the nearest energy source, is able to take decisions that there might be a threat, is able to save itself, so many so. And he says that if such a thought is possible, and then that so who should or will the scientist or that
given it's making so many decisions to save itself, recharge itself, it's fuel for itself. And then in the second part of that, so the person, which man inside is the gene, which gives information that we want to be part of. So the intentionality of the system. So you basically
For him to treat intentionality as subsidiary to, because all intentionality is derived, because he says that we derive our intentionality from our genes. It's not us, it's the genes. So genes wants to be propagated. Genes wants to. Similarly, in the case of computer systems, he believed that there is no such thing as original intentionality.
So, let me interrupt there. Yes, something I want to express on this context, what you are saying. Suppose you say that DNA is driving everything for the organism. The kernel, the person should not be in the jail. As people are thinking, DNA is a reading system. Organism can manipulate DNA. And this is very established in biology now. So it is not that the DNA is doing everything. There is also nature is doing, and individuals like the self-determination, what they call it, the experiments on twins, they have done for the same genetic structure in the same environment. The two twins are behaving differently.
Yes.
So which DNA we should put in jail?
Exactly. Yes. So these are the grounds on which Dennett's position has been objected time and again. Because sometimes when people ask about it, how does the gene come into being, and he takes it back to Mother Nature, that Mother Nature's intentionality are all sharing, and it's a derived intentionality in that sense. So Swamiji said that this is also questioned, Dennett's thought experiments on this has also been questioned on the ground of these biological findings and new experiments. Thank you, sir.
Any other questions? Yes. I have this feeling that if we are talking about intelligence, natural and artificial intelligence, are we human beings not artificial? We are Maya, right? This is Maya. This is Maya. Run the second. No, I believe I believe has been excited. So it could have been some other species. So we continue it's not necessary. It's just that subject species. Saw ourselves as first natural evolution, natural evolution. Mechanistic evolution. This is exactly what the problem is. Tuesday I said, Jagi and Bhavana Dasi. Then Swami suddenly the lion appeared.
So. Maya is not a personification. Maya is avidya and ajnana. Avidya and ajnana are represented as Maya. Because of Maya, they are not able to realize the supreme being. So Maya is not a personification and no individual is Maya. The other never said that they are existing and not existing. What it says is, they are not able to realize the ultimate truth because of Maya. Maya is avidya and ajnana. That is Maya.
Mr. Panda, I want you to respond.
Hello. I just wanted to mention that when you say, I am Maya, no, I am Brahman. There is a big difference. No. I am Maya. No. We could be the Maya, but we are Brahman. That's the point. There is a difference between no. We are the different thing. When I am a Maya, I cannot say I am a Maya. No, that's the wrong thing. Yeah, in
Also missing that.
1 sec, I want to listen.
Yes.
No, he was saying,
But I am not Maya.
Why it cannot be?
No, you and me are Maya. I cannot just say, tell me.
Lot of dialogue on Mandal versus Vaishnavism by Shankara and Ramanuja, Shankara and Madhava, and Shankara and Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. If you read how the schools of Vedanta developed, you will find I and we that in one with many problems. Actually, Madhava denies the multiplicity and it only accepts only one. So then Ramanuja challenged. What Shankara's argument was, there is one Brahman, all of us are just a reflection. Like one moon, and a moon can be reflected in this pond or that pond, so many ponds. Then Ramanuja told, we are only talking about moon and reflection and pond. Already many are there. So you are talking about Brahma and again talking about Maya. Already many are there. So it is self-contradictory. This is what argued by Ramanuja. And also Madhva and Achintya Bhedavad philosophy that is being discussed with Mahaprabhu, the gradual development of this philosophy.
yeah, not Maya and all, but what you said was that human beings are sort of, they are thinking that they are intelligent and they are on top because of the characteristics and all. We are setting up the characteristics and we are setting up the scale and we are saying that it's what we are saying. But there is a very good point I don't creatures on the earth, the most intelligent in the sense, whatever happens, the most adaptive creatures are all insects. No, insects.
Next focus on that. One student is
That is sir. That you said that some other species could have evolved. So it has already evolved.
So we have given very nice questions. So now we invite our one of the program next speaker. I think her name is Shilpa. You see, you can complete fast. It's Shilpa. Artificial intelligence cannot overcome natural intelligence. আপনার হোয়াটসঅ্যাপটা খোলা হয়নি এখানে? Hey, এটা বলে যাও না? This one, right? This one? And move like this. And move like this, okay? Up and down straight. Some Kalyani University, we went recently to Kalyani University and sitting around on this. So we will have that sitting and to give you a presentation.
Hello everyone. Hello everyone. My name is Shilpa Mandal. I'm a first semester student. So as being a zoology student, my evident interest is the zoological elements. And whenever they came to our institute to tell about this particular event, and when they told the topic, first thing which came into my mind is the insect intelligence. Because in my small life, I see many intelligent facts about insects that actually inspired me to take this subject as my honors and now in master's degree. So my topic is artificial intelligence cannot overcome the natural intelligence of insects, or rather I am talking it as intelligent insect. Insects, these tiny creatures, they have very interesting adaptations that actually indicate their intelligence. They are intelligent by nature. They don't need any our explanation. But this intelligence, our today's topic as natural intelligence over natural intelligence versus artificial intelligence. So I put this topic of insect intelligence. Actually, in this world, in this art, the insects adopted very highly to survive in this nature. They are very social type of animals. They are dependent on each other. They have social strata. They are very social animals. They sometimes take helps from each other, and they do very interesting fact that they sometimes kidnap each other to live or to survive. Actually, what I can say is insects are brighter than we think. That means they are beyond our thinking level. Artificial intelligence, what is artificial intelligence? Everyone says here, I didn't explain it more, but I have to say that it is only the ability of a digital computer which is already pre-programmed by a human being. When a human being will program something in a digital computer, that maybe I am programming a visual structure something in a computer, which when you Google it something, maybe I Google what is ladybug. So there comes a ladybug image and its 3D structure. That is artificial intelligence gives us. But actually, it is well observed hypothesis by someone who pre-programmed it to explain us. So it is this, and the natural intelligence is the intelligence of natural living organism. What they think, what they do, what in the way what they thought something or they want to survive in which way, this is the natural intelligence. If I want to understand the natural intelligence, if we only consider in their natural function, neural function, that will be not enough. We have to think why they are behaving like this. Why an insect is camouflaging or mimicking something. Why? Because we want to survive in this particular nature. Where he believes the habitat or who is its predator, to survive from that particular predator, he adapted a specific something that indicates its intelligence. So this is what natural intelligence. It is nothing but a well-specified hypothesis, very specific. It's very specific. If we are talking about insect has so many orders, so many classes. We can't generalize it that it is only insect intelligence, because it has too many variations in insects and also in its intelligence. So it is the natural intelligence actually defines what that natural individual thinks and how it behaves. It is all about natural intelligence. So now this is our thinking that why we are studying animal intelligence. Artificial intelligence is not enough for us, but not. This is not the right way, because we are also animals. We thought that we are intelligent, but we also have to consider other animals, and in fact plants who are present in nature. Their intelligence should be also our concern. But it is our nature that we think that as we are intelligent, so those adaptation that is actually related to us, that is also intelligence, but not. This standardization of intelligence is not the right way. Actually, we have to think from their side. If we consider that we can talk, we can walk, or we can talk, so which animal can talk or walk? Who is intelligent? We can't generalize that. Because an insect, or when you say about a cricket orthopteran insect, we can talk or we can emit a sound. That is his intelligence or its intelligence. But we can't generalize it from our way. That the way we talk, anyone who will talk like us is intelligent. So this standardization should be from their side. We have to think about them, and if we generalize all intelligence, all insect, all animals' intelligence according to us, that will be ultimately boring and one-dimensional, and it is ultimately not correct, because there are too many adaptations in animal world that they sometimes perform magnetic reception. They are sensitive to IR, UV light, polarized light. In fact, they are able to hear ultrasonic sounds, which we can perform. We don't have the ability to do this. So they have. This is their intelligence. We have to think for them. The way they think, that is to be considered in animal intelligence. So, as my topic is insect, and insect, ma'am says that insect is most intelligent. So, we have to think about natural intelligence of insect. So, insect, it is the most diverse group of animal world. They are more than 13 orders. There are 13 orders in animal insect group. Orthoptera, Lepidoptera, Diptera, and many. Every single order has their own modification of mouth parts, phone legs, their body structure. One has carapace, others has not. So this modification, this diversification is just like amazing. So we have to, this intelligence is depending on their food, habitat, habit, prey, life cycle, and etc. So can you think that this intelligence can be copied by artificial intelligence? I don't think so, because a small tiny creatures. It has so many adaptation. It can fly, it can camouflage, it can hide it from self. It can also make holes and hide into it. So this is not can possibly be artificial intelligence to copy. I don't think so. Some of the interesting facts, that's like landmark counting of honeybees. Honeybees, they fly miles of miles to locate the pollen grains, but they came to their own home right way. They never forget the path. And some paper rocks are present who can recognize individual faces. We can recognize each other by some kind of body structure, face variation, but how the insect will do that? There are chemical stimuli which they senses by the sensilla or something else. And the very interesting is the bees waggle dance. Bees they just fly over miles of miles to look at the grains, and whenever some bees they got the information that there is the food, they started dancing like a shape of 8. And this actually varies, and whenever this also varies from side to side. If the landmark where the food is present, it is some kind of angle. So they did the dance in an angular position, but that means in an angle to perfectly locate that message to their other groups. So these are their intelligence. So, in my work, I try to know you some interesting facts of insect words. One of it is mimicry. The pencil picture is taken by me. I took this picture in my university campus. Actually, I was in and it was university inside building. Then suddenly I thought dry leaf is hanging from the wall. But when I came closer, I see this is not a dry leaf, it's a butterfly. And I just amazed. And I took the picture and saw some arts teachers, and this is it's a peacock pansy. At first, I just misled this with another year, but the teacher immediately that it is only the peacock pansy. You see the color and in fact, the fine lines in the body that like a dry leaf. The predator of this particular butterfly will not be able to locate this if it present in a dry leaf surrounding. It is a very perfect example of mimicry. Another is the Atlas moth. It is actually the largest moth of insect world. It is mimicking like a snake to save itself from its predator. You see this mimicry, this is the outward mimicry, but today, which I am saying, this is not the outward mimicry. It will not see from outside. It is an very interesting fact. It is found in a particular species. Its name is Macularia rebelli butterfly. Butterfly mimicry I have shown you earlier, but this mimicry is another level up because this mimicry is shown in its larval form. What the larvae do? They actually mimic an ant's behavior. An ant and butterfly, it is a very separate thing. How could they mimic the ant and butterfly? How is they able to mimic the ant? The reason or the thing is, the ant, the butterfly larva, they produce a very chemical stimulus, chemical secretion, which is very similar with the ant's larva secretion. So the ants workers who are surrounding outside, they thought that this is our larva, and they just bring the larva, being believing its own, they just bring the larva and came to his colony, and they time after time they just take care of it, and it takes more than 11 to 23 months that they care for the larva, and the butterflies and larva become pupa, and whenever it become adult, then they realize that it was our fault, and the chemical stimuli just fooled us. But the butterfly larva is able to mimicking the ants behavior. But this is not enough. The ants, they are little bit intelligent more than the ants worker, and the ants sometimes recognize the butterfly larva that it is not my larva. So when then the ants sometimes tells the workers that don't take care of it, it's not my larva, it's not our larva. But the butterfly larva, they are so intelligent that they mimic the voice. They mimic the voice of the butterfly and queen. They produce sound. Actually, this sound is not audible by us. We can't hear this, but the scientists recorded the sound, and they found that the butterfly larva's emitted sound is mimicking of the ants' queen's vocalization. This is a very amazing fact, right? So the ant is able to, the butterfly is able to mimic the ant's queen's voice to survive in nature. So do you think this is possible by artificial intelligence? I don't think so. So this is a very interesting fact found in a butterfly, this particular butterfly Macudina. They actually shows this adaptation to survive in nature. Slave making. This is also a very interesting fact. It is also found told in Darwin's Origin of Species that slave making, in this topic he also told something. Slave making. In human history, we thought that in ancient times, slave making was a system. Many slaves were made to do our works, our functions. Powerful people make slaves. That was the system. But in now recent times, this system is totally failed or just gone away. But in illicit world, this slave making is present still now. These slave makers are known as the social parasites. They actually they can't perform their daily works by themselves. They are actually dependent on each other, dependent on other species to perform their function. So there can be two types of social parasite. One can be facultative, one can be obligative. Obligatives are actually totally dependent, but the facultative are never dependent, and if they don't get slaves, they can perform their work by themselves. So this slave making which I am going to talk, that is actually type of facultative slave making that is found in Formica sanguina. It is a very dangerous species of ants. This ant species, what they do, they actually go for raid. They actually wait for the slaves. In every summer, they actually spread their workers throughout the area, and the workers started to find very pupa-rich colonies of other ants. They actually go for a search for the slave makers for the Formica fusca species. This species is comparatively weaker than the Formica sanguina. These Formica sanguina's workers, they go for raids. They searched everywhere for their slaves, and any of the Formica sanguina workers, they found any colony, they just came back to their own nest, and they, after coming back, they informed everyone that I got a nest, and in the whole of the colony, they went for the raid, and after going there, they just perform a war. They just try to defeat all the soldiers of that particular colony, Formica Fusca, and defeat all them. They don't kill them, just defeat them and just snatch all the pupils to their particular colony, and then they take care of the pupils. And when the pupils came to an adult form, then they are slaves. They perform all the function of that Formica sanguina. In fact, it is for eye washing for the Formica fusca that if any problem or any other species will attack the colony, then the Formica fusca they will kill their own species to protect that colony, to protect their host colony. They will defeat their own species, I think. So these are the amazing facts, and I don't think this kind of slave making is possible in artificial intelligence. So I found actually, as being a zoology student, is my always interest in this kind of amazing facts, and especially for the insect world. I really admire this. So these are the two facts which I prepared for. I just make this PowerPoint presentation for this seminar, and these are the reference points from where I got my informations. The first one, from the first one, I got the information about the mimicking of butterfly, and the second and third one, I got the information about the slave making. So thank you so much, everyone, for giving me this opportunity. Actually, I'm not so fluent in English to deliver my words, but still you listen me. This inspired me a lot. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Shilpa Mandal, for giving nice presentation in describing how artificial intelligence cannot even imitate the intelligence in the insects. Now, the floor is open for this very young presenter. Yes, Dr. Parthasarathi.
Very nice presentation.
Thank you.
Actually, I actually worked on these optimization methods, and that insects and you search in the net and colony optimization method. Bee colony, all these methods are available, already developed. They are developed to optimize multivariable nonlinear functions. The mimic actually this intelligence. After mimicking what artificial intelligence has developed, the logic that's performing the job that is so much powerful that bee can also be not so much powerful. So in that sense, artificial intelligence is not more intelligent than bee.
Actually, it is. These intelligence, they are the tiny creatures. I first said that we have to think from their side. A bee is not making an artificial intelligence. Humans are making. Whose intelligence is, you have to agree that human intelligence is very much than the bee's intelligence. When a bee's mimicking is made by a human being, so human has already started these all adaptations, and he is making a little bit stronger than the bee. So the bee's mimicking, if done by artificial intelligence, you have to make this by the bees. Bees have to make this, and they will make their level. But human is making in their level. So it is always from bees upper level. So that's all.
Okay, the presentation was very nice. Actually, you are talking about the ants so much. Ants. Ants. So there was one, like a kind of a scientist long ago in Africa. He did some research. His name is Eugene Marais. Eugene Marais. He has a book, The Secret Life of White Ants. So in that he did many different types of experiments on the white ant termites. So finally he concluded the kind of signals that they are exchanging, some of the aspects of that are not even being mediated through any exchange of any materials. Just like the presence of that, the queen ant, there is some kind of a bond between the queen ant and the worker ants. So what he did is to separate, when he brought two queen ants together nearby, actually the colonies are made in such a way that different queen ants have some distance from the other queen ants. So in this case, he brought one queen ant nearby, and then what happened? The ants at that colony become confused because all the queen ant came. Now to study this, he separated the two queens. When he separated the two queens by a steel, like a barrier between the two colonies, he saw still there was a communication. So
how much modified it is?
So then he concluded that there is an aspect of information exchange or communication which is not being mediated by the chemical aspect, chemical exchange, because they have some chemicals, hormones.
It can be some kind of vocalization, but it's not separated by the band. Maybe they got the sound from the outer side, and there's just obeying all the duties that is coming from the vocalization of those ants.
You may say so. But he concluded that the communication part of the ants had some aspect which is related to the field of that particular ants. So it is not just, he concluded something like that. So this aspect, can the machines have this aspect of, communication which is not being mediated by something like material or something non-material, like without the material exchange. Sometimes there was another scientist called Rupert Sheldrake, I think, Rupert Sheldrake. Sometimes you feel somebody is calling you, and then thinking about you, and you are also thinking about him. And then what happens? Some kind of connections are there. So this happens throughout the animal kingdom also. This happens throughout the human kingdom also. So can such things be talked about in the artificial systems? These are the things to think about. What do you think?
Artificial intelligence, there should be an order from the maker, right? The who is making an artificial intelligence, he has to give an order to the intelligent part to perform some function. There should be a human being or a living being who will give the order, and that will be performed by that artificial intelligence. Either if the order is not, so it also can perform it. Oh.
Very nice discussion. I really appreciated that. My first question is: do you think insects are more intelligent than human beings?
Totally not, but in some part there are some insect intelligence that is still beyond our head. That I can say.
And I have two artificial intelligence here: iPhone 6, iPhone 13. Which one do you think is more intelligent?
You have this because you bought this.
Huh?
You buy these two phones from the market for your use.
I mean, you can use it, but I'm just asking which one is more intelligent, you think?
Oh, between them?
Yeah.
If it should be opinion based. Not depending on the processor. If I found some
One of them has better camera than the other one.
Camera.
One of them has better, the big one has better.
I can identify one to be more interesting than other, but it will be my opinion.
Yeah, it's okay. I'm asking when your opinion only.
The black one.
Black, they both are black. Bigger one is smaller.
Bigger than.
Yeah, because you know why? Because this one I bought 6 years ago, the first one. And this is I bought only last year. So it has time. Now my last question. You think you are more intelligent than your parents?
No, I don't think so.
You don't know?
And I don't think so that I am more intelligent than my parents.
Yeah, and why? Because your parents have been there for longer. Huh? Yeah, that's wrong. Well, the reason I asked from the insects to your parents is because something that takes longer period of time has a benefit of time to evolve. Well, they're all like us, they're all artificial people anyway, but the point is that you have had enough time. This one has longer time. So now the artificial intelligence that you're criticizing, what if a million years from now, what would that be? Maybe it will do some of the stuff. Actually, it has happened in my life, when we didn't have phone. We used to go to the neighbor's house to call and make a phone call. Now you have everything in your hand. So this is also an evolving system. Does that mean that they will be better than natural? Probably not, because they have been created by the natural. You will never be more intelligent than your parent because you were created by your parent. So this idea should be, coexistence. Learning the method, how the intelligence is created will be more useful. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Balaram Singh. So, I have something to say about insects, how they fly. So sometimes they talk about bumblebee. It has a large body, but the wings are too thin. But how it is moving the wings so fast so that it can control its movement and fly. And I don't think that any of the artificial systems, even the things that humans are trying to imitate, has ever developed like that. A lot of research is going on. Have you listened to the first talk of this event yesterday? Dr. Bhaktivinoda Kumar has presented that about the insect intelligence. So we have to understand that the intelligence that we see in the insects, that you are talking about comparing that with human intelligence, what Vedanta is saying, that animals, they have only oriented for immediate biological needs, like eating, sleeping, mating, and defending. Insects, they don't have philosophy. They don't have a department of philosophy. The department of religion or the studying religion, they don't have it. So they are expert in, like doing this immediate biological need. Some are good in, doing that. Some are more equipped with that. It's all based on the kind of body that is being given. Like you are driving bicycle, you go at certain speed, and you are driving a car, you go at another speed, or a jet. So the same person is sitting in all these vehicles. Similarly, the same soul is sitting in all these different forms, but his activities are limited in the form. You understand? So human form is being told, highly equipped to inquire about higher things. So understand very well. Is what I want to say. Any questions anybody have? Anything anybody wants to comment? Participants, if there are any questions anybody have? So if you have the questions, then the session here we have very much presence by Dr. Ramsey and Dr. Parthasarathi, Dr. Shilpa and also Abhishek. Abhishek Yadav and Shilpa Mandal. So the presentations that created a lot of inquiry in the audience. So that makes us feel that the session was successful.
Of course, we are little delay, and the minister of this locality, Ujjwal Biswas, he has told he is on the way. In 5 minutes, he is going to reach. So we are thinking that he can hand over the mementos. So he is not yet reached. So I'm not sure, then we have to break and then again come back for the mementos. Is that fine with the speakers? So we end this session here. We thank all the speakers and all the participants in this session. And we are looking forward to meet all of you in the session after the lunch. Thank you very much. We are coming back in exactly 1 hour. We are coming back. All our request to come back to the around.